How is it even possible to gouge from the earth an entire railway underpass in just 5 hours? You'll need 150 workers, 6 excavators, 2 heavy-duty cranes. It seems like an impossible project in the middle of India. Any mistake will quickly mean
make sure it doesn't happen again.
Construction workers buried alive and derailed trains.
Get closer! Get closer! Go, go!
A spectacular race against time.
Okay, we're getting ready.
Giant pop-up constructions. Bubbly, a community with 60,000 residents. This station is the most important interchange in the entire region, with more than 200 trains per day. A construction project is currently taking place in the East Indian town, which, if successful, will change the lives of the people forever. The state-owned Indian Railways is the 4th largest rail network in the world, serving 23 million passengers per day. But most of the track was laid during the days of British colonialism. The trains, the tracks, the stations, everything is urgently in need of renovation. The biggest challenge is the railway crossings, like this one here in Bubbly. A pedestrian underpass is about to be constructed here within just 5 hours. The men in charge of this incredible undertaking: Supervisor Srinivasa Rao Amanana, Junior Manager Rajesh Varma, and the head of the company, Raja Gopala Raju.
Everything has to be perfectly planned. Otherwise, we will never make it during the critical phase.
This construction site is a serious challenge. We have a section that goes underneath 4 tracks. Then there are 25 kilovolts of power flowing through the power lines, which we could easily get stuck on. But we still have to work at top speed.
Because the Indian Rail Service will only stop railway traffic for a 5-hour window. A giant pop-up construction project that is just as fascinating as it is unbelievable. It takes a lot of preparation to complete a construction project like this in just 5 hours. The team already has to remove the 2 outside tracks the previous day. Otherwise, the 2 cranes could not get close enough to the construction site. And all 21 tunnel elements must be in just the right place, because tomorrow, every single minute counts. The white lines mark the future path for the underpass, if everything goes according to plan. In exactly 27 hours, this spectacular construction project will get underway. But such a gigantic construction project means that countless permits need to be pulled, even in India. A railway officer just arrived and is making serious trouble for project manager Raja Gopala Raju.
The railway officer is worried about safety on the tracks and about the traffic on the rails. He's especially concerned about the laden trains that will be driving over the tracks during our preparations, and tomorrow too. This is why he wants us to position our cranes as far away as possible from the tracks. But of course, we need our equipment to be close to the construction site, as close as we can. This is exactly what we need to clarify with the officer now. And we need to coordinate all the steps as precisely as possible.
Positioning the construction equipment further away than planned is more than a little risky. It could slow down the entire construction process. For now, our team needs to just keep working, while rail traffic continues, up to the very last second. The planned railway underpass means far more than just a giant pop-up construction site for the residents of the Indian town of Bobli. Tragic accidents happen repeatedly, despite railroad crossing gates. Passers-by ignore the warnings every day. They want to go to the doctor, bring their children to school, or simply get to a store before it closes. The train tracks run right through the center of town. The 60,000 residents of Bobli have to cross the tracks every day. Waiting up to 200 times a day? For many people, not an option.
The people are always in a hurry and just want to quickly slip under the gate, since there is no underpass. I have already seen 2 or 3 accidents here.
There is so much traffic here. For example, when children go to school or people go to work. They're often late. If they have to wait too long at the gates, an underpass will be a really big help to a lot of people.
Several people have even died, 3 within just the last 2 years. They crossed despite the gate, and that is very dangerous. An underpass here will save lives.
1 hour later, the railway officer is still not convinced and is concerned about the crane's final position. The whole pop-up construction project is on the verge of failure.
The most critical part of the work needs to happen tomorrow in a span of just 5 hours. We won't have any time during that period to reposition machines and equipment. That all has to happen today.
I examined many jobs my competitors were working on, so I would be able to tackle this type of project in the first place. And I learned from their mistakes. A lot of their failures were the result of the equipment, which was often not suitable for the job. In some cases, people even died because of the equipment.
So many people died.
Only 24 hours until it begins. The team wants to put the cranes into their ideal position now, with or without a permit. But just as they begin, one of the 2 cranes refuses to budge, even 1 centimeter.
We do have to take care of the problem immediately and repair it. Make sure that something like this does not happen tomorrow.
The problem? The hydraulic pump is leaking and doesn't work properly. What seems to be one minor detail is a serious threat to the entire pop-up construction project. Without the second heavy-duty crane, the team will have absolutely no chance of moving the tunnel's extremely heavy structural elements.
If something like that happens tomorrow, we will have serious timing problems. Our goal has to be to clear the tracks as quickly as possible for the railway traffic.
The solution: the first unwanted rehearsal for the case of an absolute nightmare situation.
We need the right specialist on site for every problem. Electricians, mechanics, and so on. In a best-case scenario, everything takes a maximum of 15 minutes.
At least Raja Gopala Raju and his team receive the desired all clear from the railway officer, while the team repairs the pump.
We have the permit. We are allowed to place our cranes as close to the tracks as we need to. We were able to convince him that our calculations are correct and that we took all variables into account. That means we can start removing the first tracks within the next 25 minutes and finish the preparations.
Today, 14 meters of the outer tracks have to pop off. One of the cranes has to be right there to be able to position the tunnel elements tomorrow. It's back-breaking work, made all worse by the extreme weather conditions, where the sun is now the enemy. The mercury hits nearly 50 degrees Celsius as our team toils away in this energy-sapping humidity. As they work, railway traffic keeps on rolling, even if only at 20 kilometers per hour instead of 50. These heavy trains, with a limited field of vision, can still do serious damage. The smallest misstep could be fatal. Finally, the team has repaired the crane's hydraulic pump, and everyone prepares to finally remove the outer sections of track. This allows our team to bring the 6 excavating machines and supporting materials into position. They now need to do their part and remove as much soil as possible to create a pop-up construction site the likes of which have never been seen before. "20 hours before start, everything has to happen at the same time. First, team number 1 removes all of the gravel under the tracks. This is certainly stripped-back construction, but speed is of the essence. The second team works in parallel, cutting through both of the outer tracks. One of the cranes will only have enough space to take up its hard-won ideal position once the tracks are gone. If Team 2 damages or deforms even one of the tracks during this balancing act, the best-case scenario for tomorrow is that railway traffic will come to a standstill. In the worst case, when that first 3,000-ton train rolls over the tracks, the consequences will be terrifying. Responsibility for all of this rests on the shoulders of project manager Rajagopala Raju.
Watch out for the bulldozer and remove any obstacles that are in the way. We have to remove the tracks as quickly as possible. This is very important because we have to place one of our cranes here. We can only get close enough if we remove the tracks, but everything we remove stays nearby because when we're finished with the tunnel, we have to put it all back together very quickly.
A giant pop-up construction project in which every detail of every single minute follows a highly refined plan. It all seems to work, in theory. But in practice, the project, which was set up at lightning speed, is a fragile house of cards. One small breath of wind could be its downfall. As evening approaches, the soil along both of the center tracks has been removed completely. Now, all they have to do is position the crane with utmost precision. Or, given the challenging circumstances of this pop-up construction, as precisely as possible. Just as dusk breaks, everything actually seems to be in place. Tomorrow, these machines and 150 people will gouge an entire railway underpass from out of the ground within just 5 hours. The trains will not wait for them if they take longer. The concrete tunnel's structural elements look a little rough, but India's pop-up professionals have precisely adjusted their dimensions to fit the project. And the material characteristics, construction plan, and structural analysis were optimized for 2 months. Each element is 2 meters long, 5.5 meters wide, and a good 6 meters high. If nothing goes wrong, this simple-looking construction will soon be saving lives. Just 17 hours until the last train rolls over the tracks. Then this very audacious project will begin.
Okay, good job. We can start soon. We're ready for tomorrow.
All are ready to work tomorrow.
Time for the first step in this ambitious pop-up project. As soon as the last train has left the station, the 2 remaining tracks have to be removed. Several earth movers work hand in hand to extract a total of 3,600 tons of dirt. The teamwork saves time because the machines can stay where they are and don't have to be moved around. The big day begins. Early in the morning, everything still seems peaceful and relaxed. But the first residents of the Indian town of Bobli are already gathering, waiting amidst the construction equipment to watch this spectacular race against time. Eight hours left. As a precaution, the authorities have set up blockades. A seemingly simple task, but this construction has challenges for everyone.
As soon as everything starts at the construction site, no more cars will be allowed to drive over the tracks. But we also don't want to limit the residents too much. Our job is to show them the best way to get where they want to.
Larger vehicles may agree to be redirected this way, but motorcyclists, bike riders, and pedestrians in particular ignore the instructions. They don't even want to get to the other side of the tracks. Instead, they simply want to witness this engineering spectacle up close. Their dream, a life where nobody needs to die crossing the tracks ever again. Police officers try to keep the situation under control while dangerous construction is underway. One slip into the excavation, and those dreams could quickly become a nightmare. 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the second to last train passes through the station. Exactly 1 hour before work begins. Electricians get ready to cut the power at the right second, the very first second.
As soon as work goes into the critical phase, absolutely no power can flow through those lines. It would be much too dangerous, which is why we have to shut them off during the entire process. And we can't interfere with the last trains coming through, so we have to get everything ready now for a quick shutdown. The schedule is very tight.
25,000 volts, over 100 times more than a typical power outlet. Site manager Rajagopala Raju seems relaxed, despite the challenge of 42 meters of underpass.
We've already completed over 150 projects. We are so successful because we always plan and organize everything meticulously in advance. Every member of the team knows exactly what to do. Everyone follows the rules and takes instructions only from me.
In the first place, it's important for us that we didn't make any mistakes during each of the steps yesterday, that the cranes are in the right places, and that we perfectly calculated all distances between the tracks and the machines.
Now things just need to go as planned. Finally, the big moment, 1 p.m. Both of the last trains pass through the station at the same time.
Out of the way! Those are the last two trains.
In a few seconds, all railway traffic will be paralyzed for exactly 5 hours, and not 1 minute longer. Work begins on a 5-hour giant pop-up construction project like no other.
From the very first moment, everything needs to run with the highest efficiency you can imagine. Otherwise, we will fail. I have the very best equipment on site to make sure we succeed. That's the only way we can do this at all. The schedule is extremely tight.
150 workers, 6 excavators, and 2 cranes all now start to work in unison, removing the center tracks without damaging them. The tracks are hardly in the air as the excavators break into the remaining soil. Fast, brutal, efficient.
Go, go, go! Start already! Go!
The man responsible, Supervisor Srinivasa Rao Amanana, a rookie. 1 year ago, he worked at a bank. Then he heard about the pop-up constructions and decided to spend his life transforming India's railway network. His most difficult task, coordinating the excavators, because they can't just randomly shovel the soil away. The width and angle of the side walls have to be nearly perfect.
Now things are getting riskier for all the workers around the excavators.
Landslides are our biggest risk now. And of course, we have to avoid accidents at all costs. Otherwise, we will never finish in the allotted time. Safety is always a major factor.
The hole has to be exactly 42 meters long and 6 meters wide. Vitally crucial. The proper angle for the newly created side walls. If they are too steep, everything could collapse. Before the team can even place the most critical structural elements for the tunnel. Only 1.5 hours into the project, and nearly a third of the time has already passed. In 3.5 hours, the first train will come through again. Right now, it's the excavator drivers who bear the greatest responsibility. One of them is Ram Tilak. He is satisfied with his pay, worth the equivalent of 500 euros, nearly 4 times as much as the average in India. But he is happy sitting at the controls since 2014 for another reason.
I can earn money anywhere, but we love our work here. Everything is planned really well, which makes the job very reliable. Even though there is a lot of stress and pressure with this kind of work, we are truly helping the town with projects like this underpass. They often arrive late wherever they are going. I heard that even pregnant women sometimes haven't made it to the other side in time.
Workers like Ramtalak see far more than just a simple railway underpass in this pop-up construction. First and foremost, they want to give the people hope. Make life at least a little bit easier for mothers, fathers, and children. Same goes for the head of the company.
I even traveled to Germany to learn how other countries approach this kind of construction work. It taught me that theoretical knowledge isn't enough. You also have to have practical experience. We've all gained this experience together, piece by piece, to perfect our work.
Experience has taught us we definitely should not dig up too much soil now. Otherwise, a severe accident is pretty much inevitable.
After 2 hours, the breakthrough, almost there. But even if the side walls hold, other dangers still lurk. It is impossible to sufficiently close off and secure the trench in this short window of time. If a worker takes one wrong step, there could be broken bones, or worse. Everything is now riding on this fine line between safety and the pressure of time. This is a balancing act our team leaders have prepared for.
We now have just 1 hour to position the tunnel's concrete structural elements. That's why we have to begin as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we won't get it done.
Before 6 o'clock.
Right now, we are working with all the machines at the same time, and every worker that we have. Each individual step is very important for the overall objective. We have to finish before 6 o'clock this evening.
That means just 3 hours left. Right this second, the excavators are heaving the last chunks of earth out of the hole, and the structural calculations that were made have proven to be solid. The first critical step to success, a 42-meter-long and 6-meter-wide stable trench. But the workers still have a while to go before they can breathe easy. Now, the 7.5-ton base plates need to be put in. They create the foundation for the actual tunnel. The difficulty? The plates need to fit exactly into the trench. If the gap is too narrow, they will tilt at the edge. If it is too wide, the team will have to add soil. Both mean extra work, lost time, and the worst case, failure. Two hours and 45 minutes. Over half the time has already passed. But the construction managers doubt if the plates will really fit. So they measure everything one more time. Throughout all this, the trench is completely unsecured. The hole is over 7 meters deep, a huge safety risk. Not just for workers, but also for the curious spectators who keep pushing forward. The police and supervisor try to intervene before anything worse happens.
The people just don't listen.
While the safety officers try to keep the curious masses in check, the crane drivers go full speed ahead, bringing the 7.5-ton floor plates toward the underpass, directly over the heads of the workers. They continue shoveling below while this happens, up to the last second.
This step is particularly dangerous for those who are standing below in the trench. It's a major challenge for us to perfectly coordinate all the people involved in such a large project. Everyone needs to do their tasks responsibly and ensure their own safety.
The safety standards are extremely low. If an excavator would hit the stone plate, or a small piece simply crumbles off and falls several meters onto the workers below, this construction project would almost surely prove fatal. Then, the first plate fits nearly perfectly. All the calculations are correct. Now the only thing missing, 20 more, and it needs to happen quickly.
Now we only need about 5 to 10 minutes until everything is in place.
Ambitious, motivated, and prepared for anything. But right now, even 10 minutes are more than the team really has, because they are behind on their ambitious schedule, and the pop-up project could fail.
We have already been digging and maneuvering things for over 3 hours. Everything is working, but we are still about 10 to 15 minutes behind schedule at the moment. It just took a little longer than we thought to perfect the hole for the tunnel. Now we have to hurry to make up the time, to then quickly begin with the actual tunnel.
Time until the first train comes thundering across the tracks? Less than 2 hours. Like all good teams, our team begins to improvise. Whether worker, crane, or excavator driver, everyone works together in their own special way. Unlike other Indian construction projects, the pop-up team only consists of permanent employees. Everyone knows their jobs and knows who they can rely on in difficult situations, especially when things get dangerous. To ensure the best structural characteristics, the team places the tunnel's individual elements from the inside to the outside.
The concrete elements in the middle give us stability for the entire tunnel construction. But we need to proceed very cautiously. And we have to work from both sides with 2 cranes at the same time. That way, the structural elements can support each other and everything stands securely and quickly. This way, we also minimize the risk of a landslide.
This is one of the critical steps. Now we will see if we measured everything correctly, the position of the crane, the distance between the tunnel elements, and everything we prepared.
Until all the concrete elements are in their final position, the danger of collapse remains high. The plan? Install the central tunnel structure first. This creates the stability essential for the other elements to follow. The team works from the inside to the outside. If even one of the 62.5-ton concrete components strikes the tunnel wall, or one of the other elements, it will all come tumbling down, like a house of cards. And just staying within the schedule is not enough. The team needs to make up time. 3 hours and 20 minutes are up, which is 20 minutes too many. The giant pop-up construction project is behind schedule. In just 1.5 hours, the next trains will barrel through. Bad news is, they're already on the way. Crane operator Satish P. is under pressure. In this intense heat, any slip, any mistake will put the entire project at risk. But His belief in their success drives him forward.
It is great working in a company that handles such fascinating projects. The feeling is indescribable when we ultimately accomplish the job and are successful.
The workers don't just trust their team, they also trust their machines. These specialist workhorses come from Germany, Japan, and South Korea, and they are state-of-the-art, especially when compared to other Indian construction sites. State subsidies, cheaper rented equipment, all that would be too much hassle. Prone to error, unreliable, or more precisely, an absolute no-go situation for this type of giant pop-up construction project. But even the best equipment doesn't help if something goes wrong with the implementation. The cranes are now extended to 34 meters. In that position, they are at their load limit, despite the optimum position. No wonder when each of them is holding a concrete block that weighs 62.5 tons. The danger in making a mistake during these short few minutes is higher than ever. In the worst case, the entire load would tip over. In only 1 more hour, trains will be riding over the exact spot where there is currently a giant gaping hole. At this point, unthinkable. Because just placing the central underpass elements perfectly is not enough. The aim is to minimize the distance between all tunnel elements. Otherwise, vibrations caused by the passing trains create room for soil to interfere with the structure, penetrating the tunnel and destabilizing the construction until ultimately it collapses.
Each part must fit together perfectly. That's my responsibility.
Any mistake means that while this pop-up may initially be successful, a little while later it could also cause a catastrophic pop-down. And whoever happens to be in the underpass at that time would be buried alive. The team tries to make up time while maintaining precision, and it looks like it's working. After 20 minutes, the first section is in place.
As soon as the middle sections are set within the markings to create the base, the risk of anything going wrong falls by 50%. As soon as a few more are in place, we'll be close to 100% on the safe side. Of course, we're all working quickly to get to this point.
A local celebrity stops by, Mayor Achutavali Chumala, showing how important this project is for the Indian town of Bobli.
Our railway crossing causes so many problems. Anyone living in our town or the surrounding area has to cross the tracks 20 or 30 times a week. School children need to arrive at school on time. Fathers and sometimes mothers need to be at work on time, but they often arrive late. And until now, there was absolutely nothing they could do. This underpass means great hope for us. It will significantly improve our quality of life and all of our daily routines. It is simply a special day for us. No, much more than that.
A day that the town residents will remember for a very long time. A real life changer, if everything goes as planned. Only a cool 60 minutes left, and up until now there is no trace of an underpass. Never mind train tracks that still have to be welded back together.
Now we are trying to finish even earlier than we planned.
4 hours at full speed, and then not as far along as planned. According to the schedule, the first of 200 trains is coming in just under an hour. Finally, the last tunnel element is in its final position. All that's left is to fill the gaps, seal the joints, and keep working without a break. At a temperature of 50 degrees Celsius, in air that is so humid you could almost drink it. The concrete components, in precise position and stuck together. Now, the excavators need to replace enough soil back into the gaps, while the window of time continues to shrink to less than 40 minutes. The giant pop-up construction is still at risk of failure.
Over 200 trains run through here every day. That is truly an enormous number. If we do not finish on time and just one single train is delayed because of us, that will set off a chain reaction that will last for several weeks.
Because here, it's all about trust. If Indian railway traffic gets out of control because of one single mistake, then all further projects will hang in the balance. The pop-up team gives their all. A total of 3,000 cubic meters of soil now have to be placed on and next to the tunnel. Then, the all-important tracks need to be placed back on top. It's shortly before 6 o'clock, and dusk is already starting to fall. They're almost there. Now they just have to put the tracks back together that they took apart just a few hours ago, and do it as precisely as possible, despite pressure from the clock. Otherwise, the first train that passes over the freshly built underpass could be the first accident.
Now we can weld the tracks together again, so that, in best case, everything is just as it was before.
20 minutes to go. Now they're not just running low on time, they are also running low on daylight. Precision down to the millimeter. Often an overused cliche, but here it's reality.
Keep going! Keep going! It has to fit perfectly. Get closer.
Supervisor Srinivasa has to ensure that something like that does not happen under any circumstance. Success looks like it's within reach. And then, in one fell swoop, it's over. Time is up. The goal, they didn't make it. The race truly seems to be over. But despite expectations, there is still no train in sight. It's delayed.
According to the current status, we are 20 minutes too late. We are trying to save it.
Our team still hopes to transform their failure into success, to achieve the impossible, even if it's not within 5 hours. Expecting the signal at any second, everyone works at full speed. This is where the team really show their spirit. Then, a half hour later, the first train arrives. passing the construction site like nothing ever happened. And the tunnel construction? It actually held the load. And as of this moment, it will change the life of 60,000 residents of the town. Manager Rajagopala Raju and his team have pulled it off.
I'm very happy. This feeling of actually finishing it makes me unbelievably happy. All 150 workers did just the right thing at the right moment. And we didn't have a single accident. All our work was worth it, even if there were moments when we thought we wouldn't make it on time. In the end, it all went well, more than well. I'm very happy.
As unbelievable as it is, 1.5 days ago, this place looked like this. Trains driving on 4 tracks at the same time. There was no sign of an underpass. Then we had to remove the tracks, dig a stable tunnel while keeping the unchecked soil under control. After all that, precisely position all the load-bearing concrete structural elements in just 60 minutes. In the end, our team from India created something with a mere half-hour delay that would seem impossible in many countries of the world. A railway underpass in 5.5 hours. That will bear the load of 200 trains every day. The day after, the construction is holding firm even after dozens of trains. Admittedly, there's still some fine-tuning left to do, but the proud residents of the town are already admiring their new underpass.
We had so many problems in this town over the last 30, 40 years. That's over now. And that makes me so happy, which is why I'm taking a lot of selfies with our new underpass.
The many accidents in Bubbly, people losing their lives on the tracks, are a thing of the past. Whether going to school, traveling to work, or even giving birth, no one has to live in fear of being run over by a train anymore. The 5.5 hours of pop-up construction was a spectacular feat that will change the lives of thousands long into the future. It is the biggest festival in the world, a gigantic beer-fueled pop-up construction. Huge party tents for over 6 million partygoers.
The eyes of the world are on the Oktoberfest. It would be pretty embarrassing if we didn't finish on time.
Dizzying heights, back-breaking work, and constant time pressure. It takes just 10 weeks to construct this unparalleled amusement park.
Good. Johnny, pull a bit. Ropes off.
Millions of wooden and steel components. Construction delays are not an option for the over 500 attractions. Come opening day, they have to be ready to cope. No second chances. In the heart of Munich city center, a plot of land the size of 50 football fields, the hard work setting up the Oktoberfest has just begun. In 10 weeks, people from all over the world will travel to Germany's 3rd largest city to visit this gigantic festival. celebrating Germany's gift to the world. Construction of the massive festival tents is a complex business. Their foundations are buried underground. Finding and excavating them is back-breaking work. The foundations support the frame of the tent. Plumbers install the water and gas pipes each summer anew, roughly 3 kilometers of water pipes per tent. Beams made of wood or steel are connected together to form the frame of each festival tent. This is covered by enormous roof tarpaulins. Then come the side, back, and front walls made of wood. Every tent has an outdoor beer garden too. Each tent is held together by around 20,000 structural elements. The festival tents are the most popular attractions. Around 7.5 million liters of beer are consumed here by the visitors over the course of the 16-day festival. The famous Hofbräu tent can accommodate more visitors than any other. 85 meters long, 62 meters wide, and 13 meters tall. Over 7,500 square meters, space for nearly 10,000 happy partygoers. The contract for erecting this prestigious tent went to a new timber construction firm this year. Project manager Ulrich Pletzacher, a professional in this field. He has responsibility for most of the Oktoberfest tents. But this time around, most of his workers are new recruits.
He'll never manage it. Stop.
For the past 30 years, the Hofbräu tent has been set up by another firm. The design, as well as many of the elements, are now outdated, and the plans are not up to date. This poses a huge problem for project manager Ulrich.
Our predecessors naturally had experience with it and didn't bother writing anything else down as they knew where each element belonged. So we're struggling now, and it's very time-consuming. There are a lot of packages that are a mystery. We have to open them up and see what's inside.
As a result, the Hofbräu team are under significant pressure, and time isn't on their side. Over 100 truckloads of unknown materials and hundreds of thousands of individual parts will be delivered over the next few weeks. Missing elements or incorrect assembly put completing the work on time in great jeopardy. Each delay causes a chain reaction that could result in the project spiraling out of control.
In contrast with other constructions where there's less time pressure, we're under extreme time pressure here. We have to work in a way that allows the subsequent crews to do their work and vice versa.
The workers toil away for 6 days a week. Their goal? To complete the external structure in 12 days. But already with the first step, installing the roof on the frame, this deadline is in danger. New, made-to-measure roof tarpaulins are provided for the purpose. Hauling the individual sheets into place is a tricky business. They need to avoid any snags. The tarpaulin itself can withstand gusts of up to gale force 10, almost 100 kilometers per hour.
And pull. And pull.
The first sheet is ruined, but troubleshooting 13 meters up proves to be difficult. The cause remains unclear for the time being.
It's bad, really bad.
There is no replacement tarpaulin available.
Please, not now.
The mishap cost project manager Ulrich valuable time right at the start of construction.
A tear like that in the roof tarp is very annoying. It could be that a nail or piece of wood was sticking out. Who can say?
The front workers fix the roof section. The next tarp mustn't get snagged as well. The damaged sheet is taken off to the workshop. It must be back again in 2 days. Until then, the team continues their work. After all, most of the other tents are at a more advanced stage of construction by now. The large and small festival tents represent just 38 of the over 500 attractions at the Oktoberfest. On the other side of the site, 170 rides and amusements are being constructed, with hundreds of smaller stalls in between. It's the biggest festival in the world, with over 6 million visitors each year. Traditional businesses with histories dating back to the 19th century stand side by side with virtual reality amusement rides and adrenaline-pumping large-scale thrill rides. The roller coaster is the first of the rides to begin construction. The operator ships in 50 truckloads of materials. They have 20 days to assemble it and get approval from the authorities. It's the largest portable roller coaster in the world. Its unique feature? 5 giant loops, a truly impressive structure. The 900-ton steel giant features a so-called skeleton construction. Supports, rails, and loop sections are connected with one another in turn. Construction takes place at up to 32 meters above the ground. So, assembling can be scarier than taking a ride on it. The ride is 1.25 kilometers long. Up to 5 trains can race through simultaneously at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The operator, 21-year-old Michael Bott, he's been running his father's attraction for the past 2 years. The effort to assemble it is especially great for the Oktoberfest.
Touching up the paintwork on the main supports slows us down a lot, so it takes longer to set up here in Munich than usual. And we have deadlines to meet, like with the inspectors, so we're under a lot of pressure.
The young operator controls the crane himself. He and his 10-man crew have 15 days left until the start of the technical inspection. Despite the time pressure, assembling the heavy steel elements requires the full concentration of all those involved at all times.
Gut, bisschen auf!
When we set the supports down, they're not secured initially. Then you have 30 meters standing freely, only secured with small bolts through the feet. At this point, everyone knows that we have to work quickly to secure the support, so it doesn't fall over if there's a strong gust of wind.
Especially precarious is the job of installing the connecting pieces at the height of up to 30 meters. One of the steel track sections alone weighs 3 to 4 tons. The workers are secured with climbing harnesses. Perfect coordinated teamwork between the workers and crane operator Michael is crucial, but extremely tricky at the same time. The crane is 66 meters tall after all.
If I maneuver the track section up there too quickly, I could end up knocking the guy off with it. Safety is naturally paramount, and there has to be trust between the worker and crane operator in order for him to work effectively up there.
The most difficult task still lies ahead of them, to install the up to 20-ton sections of the loops before the inspectors arrive to conduct the technical inspection. From the day it opens, 600,000 visitors will swarm the Oktoberfest daily, the greatest tourist magnet, the Hofbräutent. The new team has 8 days to complete construction of the exterior, and there's still much to be done. But at least the torn roof tarpaulin is now back, repaired. Section for section, the roof of the mega tent takes shape. The team is currently 1 day behind schedule. The workers will have to make up for lost time in order for the Hofbräu tent to open on time. The next phase of construction, the facade. It is a replica of the original Munich Hofbräu house. Its assembly turns out to be more difficult than expected for carpenter Martin and his team.
I'm looking for the walls. So, although we have the numbering, it's changed over the years. The original plan shows normal doors, but this photo here from last year shows arched doorways. And now we have to find the right ones.
The search takes time. Time that the tent builders don't have. Construction begins without the missing facade elements. Until it becomes apparent that without the supporting effect of these parts, it's difficult to continue construction.
We basically have all the sections, just these narrow supports are still missing. We'll have to improvise a bit and repurpose the forklift.
The structure is 13 meters tall. Piece by piece, the carpenters fit together the facade like a puzzle. But the missing elements still cannot be found. They cannot stop. The only solution is to make a copy of them later. 2 days behind schedule. The race to catch up begins for the Hofbräu team so that the tent can open on time. Things aren't just being built on the site, but around it too. Extensive security measures for the over 6 million visitors. The installation of barriers and concrete planters for directing traffic are part of the sophisticated anti-terrorism measures. The entrances are protected by retractable steel bollards. Construction fencing surrounds the 34-hectare field. Innovative panic gates are installed that allow visitors to escape in an emergency. 47 video cameras allow the police to monitor the festival grounds. Loudspeakers for making important announcements and emergency call boxes are installed. Event director Andre Listing is responsible for coordinating every installation at the Oktoberfest, both the planning and execution, a mammoth task for him and his team.
The Theresienwiese is an open field where there's nothing. No electrical junction box, no water connection. We make plans on the drawing board and they change all the time, due to a junction box having to be moved or the clearance for a ride, etc. Difficulties crop up now and again regarding placement.
Like with the installation of the latest attraction at the Oktoberfest, the swing carousel.
Admittedly, we should have moved it forward a meter when positioning it. This resulted in an impinging 30 centimeters on the neighboring ride.
With over 500 operators and finite space, there's hardly any room on the grounds for alternative solutions. So as not to block any escape routes during construction, there was only one option. The neighboring ride was turned and placed at an angle.
That's the difference to building skyscrapers. You have a development plan and there's no scope for improvisation. In our case, unfortunately, things are changing all the time.
Unforeseen problems are one of the biggest risks to completing the Oktoberfest arrangements on time and shouldn't be underestimated. This applies to the large rides in particular. If any of the machinery breaks down or workers can't complete their jobs, time will be tight. The roller coaster team still has to install the largest and heaviest components during the next 12 days. Most of the workers have been touring with the ride for many years, a decisive factor for operator Michael when the clock is ticking.
It's the largest mobile roller coaster in the world and made from thousands of parts. The team we now have knows every nut and bolt. If they were all rookies, you'd have nothing but problems.
hast du da nur Probleme.
Careful coordination and precision are essential when assembling the massive loops. The individual sections can weigh up to 12 tons and are very difficult to maneuver.
The large sections, like the loops, are the trickiest. We need big tools for that. A large crane to lift everything into place. We can't do anything by hand here.
The tension is palpable. At a dizzying height far above ground, the workers now connect the loops together. But things are soon to get even bigger and more complicated. Once the multicolored loops are in place, the black 20-ton ring is up next. The roller coaster builders still face their greatest challenge. These rides were not even dreamt of back in 1820. At the first Oktoberfest, the more traditional ride of a horse race entertained the 40,000 onlookers. The occasion, the marriage of Prince Regent Ludwig von Bayern and Princess Therese von Sachsen-Hildburghausen. Development of the Oktoberfest into what it has become today began at the end of the 19th century, when stalls, carousels, and the first brewery tents arrived on the festival grounds. In the early 20th century, the festival boasted Germany's first roller coaster. And since 1950, Munich's mayor has the honor of tapping the first keg. And ever since, it is customary that only beer from Munich breweries may be served on the Oktoberfest. Their tents are recognizable by their respective brewery logos. Only when the massive crown has been placed on the roof of the Hofbräu tent is the exterior construction of the tent deemed complete. 7 weeks to go until up to 25,000 visitors daily will be partying here and drinking around 50,000 liters of beer each day. The interior of the tents comprises a myriad of small elements. Once the galleries have been installed, the floors are covered with wooden planks. With the exception of the kitchen and bars, fresh concrete is laid here. Then, the stage and backstage areas are built. Tons of decorations and table seating for 10,000 guests have to be in place on time, too. A tent contains a total of around 1.6 million individual items. 3 days later than planned, the exterior structure is finished. So, the time pressure to fit out the interior is accordingly high. 42 days to go, and a further 1.6 million individual items to install before opening day. A unique feature of the interior design, wood is not allowed in the kitchen and bar areas. Since the 1970s, the health authorities have insisted on freshly poured concrete floors each year.
There is a slope from the front to here, so that water always runs towards the drain. For hygiene reasons, so that bits of food and whatever falls on the floor can be washed away just using water.
650 square meters of cement are laid in the tent. This year, however, rain is hampering the tough job of the floorers.
Sure, it's a bit of a pain, but what can you do? The concrete will still harden. The holes will just have to be patched later with filler. The job has to be finished.
The leaks in the roof, an additional job for tent constructor Ulrich Pletschacher and his crew to fit into their already tight schedule.
It's good that we can see now where rain is getting in. By Oktoberfest, all the holes will have been repaired, and the concrete floor will just have to be mended.
But the tasks are building up. The new tent construction team is making slow progress. Compared to last year's construction company, they're currently 10 days behind schedule.
There are problems with every aspect. The main hall construction and fixtures are the least of our concerns. But the smaller things get, the more detailed, the more difficult it becomes. You have to revisit things several times. And this doesn't fit or that doesn't fit. It's a Sisyphean task. If things aren't written down, it's not obvious to us how it should be assembled. It wasn't a problem for our predecessor, but we're all struggling here.
The delay puts completing the tent on time in severe jeopardy. Just 32 days left. For the workers, this means overtime from now on. The organizers anticipate up to 600,000 visitors to the Oktoberfest on opening day alone, a crowd of unimaginable size. Meeting the construction deadline is absolutely essential for event director Andre Listing. When there are problems, he relies first and foremost on the solidarity between the attraction operators.
If a ride doesn't get built on time because it's new, the rivals actually help each other out. Nothing would be more embarrassing than something not being finished, especially since the entire world has their eyes on the Oktoberfest.
Completing construction on schedule includes adhering to all the safety regulations too. But it's easy to lose track of things on a pop-up building site with over 500 operators.
They have to be further over.
Why?
Escape route clearance.
How many meters do you need?
8 meters. The post's here. That has to be another 30 centimeters back and that up there even further. Right up to the fence.
I'll let them know.
Great, thanks. That's why checking things out personally is always better than the plan. The container may only be half a meter on the escape route, but it's still on the escape route. I don't want that, and neither does the fire department.
Over 6 million visitors attend the Oktoberfest. None of the operators are prepared to take a risk when it comes to safety. The same applies when it comes to the assembly of the rides. A particularly spectacular example is the Olympia looping. Their guests can race through the loops at 100 kilometers an hour. The dimensions of the roller coaster are gigantic, 86.5 meters long and 32.5 meters high. This makes it even taller than the Brandenburg Gate in Berlin. And it has to be assembled in only a few days' time. The steel giant isn't ready for operation yet. The biggest loop is still missing. The roller coaster builders face their greatest challenge. But first, the workers diligently retighten every screw and bolt. The 40-ton black loop consists of 7 separate elements, the highlight of the Olympia roller coaster. It's important that the sections are inspected for transport damage or defective lights before the giant structure is assembled.
2 covers are missing, and something's bent here. We'll fit a couple of new covers. It's obviously easier here than at 25 meters up.
This saves work later on and valuable time for operator Michael Bart. Assembly of the giant loop begins. Installation of the 10-ton bottom section alone is a complex procedure for crane operator Michael and his team. Something that would be impossible without everyone acting in concert.
Michael, up a bit on the fine gear. Good. Johnny, you pull a bit. You have to pull a bit. Over there, towards the red loop. Michael, swing left a bit. Ropes off.
Part 1, done.
The large semicircle that goes on top is even more complicated. It's at the crane's limit and has to be exactly positioned via 4 points. You have to pull with the chain tensioners, and it's pretty high up for the workers, which is not everyone's cup of tea.
But first, the second base section of the black loop has to be fixed securely in place inside the roller coaster's frame. A total of 5 massive steel tracks form the upper section of the loop.
It looks like a circle from the front. The circle can't be flat, though, as the entrance and exit have to be slightly offset. In the case of the large loop, this amounts to 15 meters at the bottom. The semicircle droops down slightly due to the chains. We have to bend it a little so that it fits into the attachment points that are already up there. It's pretty tricky. Sometimes it works first time round. Let's see.
The 20-ton semicircle is almost too heavy for the crane. Michael maneuvers the black steel monster extremely carefully toward the ride. Precise insertion, an extreme challenge for the crane operator.
It's about 30 meters from the crane cab to the loop. It's a pretty long way to judge things with the naked eye. Sometimes you lower the loop and think it's in the joint, but it could be just resting on the edge. And if you then lower it too quickly, it can jump out again. So we have to work with great sensitivity and make sure the loop slides home very slowly.
Minute by minute, the workers fight centimeter by centimeter with a virtually immovable semicircle, 20 meters above the ground. Then, after 20 minutes,
now we have to secure the loop. The technical inspection is scheduled for next week. We now have 3 or 4 days left.
just a few days to assemble the rest of the track, install the trains, and get the braking system working. The roller coaster isn't the only thing starting to take shape. The other ride operators are gradually getting their attractions set up too. Over 200 small stalls arrive at the festival site. Their plots are in the middle of the walkway or in front of the large rides. Sugar hearts, cuddly toys, and souvenirs. The sellers hang up their wares. The 34-hectare site is starting to resemble a small town. But as this is a pop-up town, there are isolated gaps between the businesses. Gaps that the experienced event director Andre Listing knows how to fill.
Can we fit something in on the right-hand side?
Yes, but not much.
What's not much? 3 meters?
250?
Andre Listing hopes to find a free space suitable for another stall.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 by 250. We'll check the dimensions again on Wednesday.
3 would be better.
But we can get right up close here, and then we could fit something small in.
Theoretically, yes.
Okay, all the best. We have a lot of young stall owners who want to make their own way. They usually have a 4-meter hit-the-target booth, a small crepe stall, or a sausage grill, and are hoping to get one of these coveted last-minute plots.
The Oktoberfest keeps growing and growing, just like the largest of all the tents, the Hofbräu tent. Just 5 days to go before this showstopper has to be ready for the opening. Tent manager Ricky Steinberg is now on site too. He manages the tent during the Oktoberfest, but he's not satisfied with how the work is progressing.
I'm not entirely happy with the process this year. There are still too many details that really worry me, to be honest.
Things aren't running smoothly.
Have you seen the escape tunnel? There's a gap like this left when the doors are closed. There's no way they'll allow that.
The fire department is due to perform the fire safety inspection in 2 days. A prerequisite is that all fixtures and fittings have to be installed by then. But the installation of the table seating for 10,000 guests is a day behind schedule.
As you can see, we aren't as far along as I would have liked. This is because the installation of the balustrades, which happened this morning, took longer than expected. They lack the experience of the predecessor who did it for 35 years, which is why things aren't going quite as smoothly this year.
Although the tent builders have been working overtime for weeks in order to make up for the lost time.
The last week is always a little longer, of course. There are still a lot of small things that have to be done. It all takes time. But this is our first year. Next year, we'll be smarter. It's just really annoying when you have to redo so many jobs more than once.
There's now just 1 day left, instead of 2, to arrange the table seating with centimeter precision. And the next problem becomes apparent the following morning.
That should really be hanging further back. Otherwise, they'll head out through there. The toilet sign is hanging in the wrong place. If it hangs there, people might go out of this door here, but the toilets are there. We need to shift it over. These are the little things we have to deal with.
And as tent manager Ricky knows, it's the little things that cause big delays. Especially complex, correcting arranging the table seating for 10,000 guests within a short space of time. Strict observance of fire escape routes, critical in an emergency. The fire safety inspection is tomorrow. Manager Ricky no longer lets the tent setup out of his sight for a moment.
I reckon there are only minor things left that could cause problems tomorrow. From being 2 weeks behind schedule, we've caught up pretty well. Now we're only about 2 days behind.
3 very full working days left until opening. The fire safety inspection, a dress rehearsal for the tent. The tent manager will only be able to complete preparations on time if there are no serious issues. The final sprint for the ride operators. The #1 priority now, the technical safety of the rides. The Olympia looping can only start operation once the inspection body gives the ride its final approval. One of the inspectors is Christian Falk. From the trains to the rails, every single component is subject to the painstaking checkup.
A machine like this roller coaster has parts that can wear. The brakes, for instance. Brake linings have to be exchanged. There are parts that wear on the trains too, such as the wheels, that have to be replaced. This is all determined beforehand and discussed with the operator, and the parts swapped out before the ride can go into operation.
The annual roller coaster check takes around 5 days. Should the structural, mechanical, or electrical engineers find any deficiencies, it would significantly increase the time pressure operator Michael is under. Just 3 days remain until the Oktoberfest opens.
Now we have to work on the brakes. We discovered that the springs were broken. We're replacing them right away. Time-wise, we have the last of the test rides with the safety inspectors tomorrow morning. So if we're not finished by 6 this evening, we'll work through the night. That's the life of a ride operator. You have to be ready for the opening of the fun fair.
Provided that every safety risk for the thousands of passengers is eliminated, of course. The same applies to all the other operators at the gigantic pop-up site. Final check for the tents. The fire safety inspection by the fire department. 3 days before the festival begins, Oliver Fogel and Christoph Mutlitz check the fire safety of the Hofbräu tent. The focus is on the fire escape routes and emergency exits.
We're checking the functionality of the doors to make sure they open easily and open fully. It sometimes happens that, for example, when the emergency exits are tarred, that tar coat is too thick and the doors no longer open smoothly. That's what we're checking here.
10,000 guests at the same time. It's not allowed for any table to be in the way or any gangway to be too narrow. The safety of the visitors is paramount.
That needs to be cut back so that the emergency exit signs can be seen. I'll make a note.
Please make a note of that. I'll send someone to take care of it this afternoon.
Less than 70 hours until the traditional Oktoberfest tapping. By then, all of the safety issues have to be rectified. But the list of issues is growing worryingly longer.
We need a passage clearance of 80 centimeters for the escape route in the garden. We have 80 centimeters in this area here, but we have just 70 centimeters in this area here. So the walls will need to be moved in order that the tables can be shifted and the necessary escape route clearance of 80 centimeters created.
The plan, correct. The current construction, wrong.
So we just need to move it 10 centimeters, then it'll work, right?
We'll shift the two walls, then it'll be correct.
Yes.
The fire safety inspection takes around 3 hours. 3 hours for a list of problems to grow. The tent manager can only open if all the changes and adaptations have been made by the time the festival starts. But confidence is still high.
I was really worried that it would end up being several pages, but they've obviously pulled out all the stops over the past few days. The things that still need to be done are minor matters.
However, minor matters still take time, and the dress rehearsal for the catering team in the tent is still pending. Everywhere on the grounds, the pace becomes increasingly frenzied. No one wants to be responsible for the largest festival in the world not opening on time. The largest transportable roller coaster in the world. Under the microscope for the past 5 days now. The final performance test is scheduled for today. Only if the trains successfully complete the test rides will the inspectors approve the ride for operation.
We've already completed the majority of the checks. The operator is naturally the one who is first and foremost responsible, and he naturally prepares for a technical inspection too, especially in the case of such a large ride. He doesn't want to be confronted with having to perform major modifications, especially since there's little time left now until the Oktoberfest.
Green light for the test runs. A particular focus is on the ride's new braking system. The train races upside down through the loops at up to 100 kilometers an hour. Nothing is allowed to go wrong now. After barely 2.5 minutes, the train arrives safely at its destination.
We've installed everything successfully. The inspectors approved everything, the motors are running, and we've conducted the test runs. I'm very relieved.
The roller coaster, ready to welcome aboard its first thrill seekers. Quite the opposite at the mega beer tents. Preparations are still in full swing. Around 7.5 million liters of beer are drunk by the Oktoberfest visitors. In just 16 days, roughly 800,000 liters are poured in the Hofbräu tent alone. The supply? Enormous 7,000-liter containers. They constantly chill the beer to a temperature of 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. A distribution system pumps the beer as well as soft drinks to the bar areas. Mobile canteen kitchens provide the guests in the mega tents with a continuous supply of hearty food. The Hofbräu tent can roast 838 chickens at the same time, schnitzel, haxe, etc. Everything cooked freshly in the 170 square meter kitchen. The logistics behind this keep it as simple as possible. 2 enormous refrigeration containers are parked directly next to the kitchen. This allows the staff to rapidly access the food. The refrigerated storage is replenished overnight on a daily basis. Then the tanker with 24,000 liters of beer arrives as well. It fills the containers in the 5 storerooms with 2 to 3 truckloads. A tangle of pipes supplies the bar areas. The distribution system prevents the unthinkable, a dry bar. So even if one bar experiences problems, others step in to cover. Just 48 hours left until opening. Then the beer must flow. Bar technicians clean and examine the lines in the tent.
We have just one line here, and we have to fire the balls through and collect them on the other side by the container. They look like this. These are the big ones. We shoot 3 through, one after the other. But first, the line has to be made wet or they'll get stuck.
The balls shoot through the lines one after the other under pressure. When the first one arrives at the other end, it shows that nothing is twisted or blocked.
It getting stuck would be a worst-case scenario. It normally just goes through. I mean, we've never had one get stuck before.
The water is getting through, but there's no sign of the ball just yet.
Look, there it is.
The ball has arrived. The beer supply in the tent is assured. Dress rehearsal for the kitchen, too. And the dining guinea pigs are the 250 Hofbräu tent service staff. The serving operation can only run smoothly if the kitchen is ready to cope with up to 10,000 tent visitors at the same time.
Yes, everything's pretty good. It all has to work on Saturday. There's no time to experiment. Everything has to work. Those are the first of the chickens. For our colleagues, the same as every year.
Less than 2 days until opening. The catering logistics is working. But another problem has cropped up. Workers open up the floor of the tent again.
We have to distribute glass mugs from the storeroom to the bars during the Oktoberfest too. And obviously the supports under the floorboards are spaced a bit too far apart. This means the floor keeps sagging and at some stage it could break. These are just remedial jobs now.
The tent manager hopes that this is the last of them. Because there are only 40 hours left. Then the first 10,000 partygoers will stream in. Carpenter Martin has worked on the construction of the Hofbräu tent since the beginning.
We've worked flat out throughout. I mean, we can't do anything more than our work. Even though I've done it many times, when you walk through the passageways and look around, you can't help thinking, wow, it's really huge what we've built here. 5 weeks ago, there was nothing in here. And it keeps growing more and more. And in the end, this is the result. It's mind-blowing.
Millions of construction elements are installed in this tent alone. The whole festival, a pop-up construction made from billions of individual parts. Opening day. Just 6 hours to go until the official kickoff. The Hofbräu tent, it certainly looks ready. Thousands of visitors have been lining up in front of the entrance since 4 in the morning. They wait to be let in, with the outside temperature hovering around 10 degrees Celsius. Then, at 9 o'clock, the race for the sought-after tent tables begins. The workers are still busy in the tent even now. Shortly before the first beers are served, the last tripping hazard is eliminated.
They know if there's anything wrong, we'll still take care of it. And from 12 o'clock when the keg is tapped, the machine will get up to speed. And then the focus is no longer on us, and we can take a step back and enjoy the whole thing.
The beer is tapped. The Oktoberfest opened on time.
I'm very satisfied we managed to get finished, contrary to expectations. No, not contrary to expectations. And now things are up and running. I'm very happy.
600,000 visitors on the first day alone. The mega amusement park is finished and booming. Roller coaster operator Michael Bart is proud of the result too.
We didn't have any major problems and had good weather. Oktoberfest in Munich is unique. It really is something special.
Oktoberfest, a gigantic pop-up construction. In just 10 weeks, the biggest festival in the world is created here each year from scratch and under extreme time pressure. Las Vegas. In just 7 days, the famous concert hall in the Mandalay Bay Hotel will become a huge competition arena for the world's professional swimmers. The construction, a modern miracle of engineering.
With the issues that we have moving the materials in, I'd say we're probably a couple of hours behind right now.
The materials, all custom-made components, from the 2-ton acrylic wall.
We're touching the wall. You're touching the wall.
Andy, you're touching the wall.
To the 600-meter-long pumped water system.
Taking measurements and doing experimental things, so until we get it right.
7 days, 84 tons of steel, over 1 million liters of water. An impressive race against time. A mind-blowing event and a giant pop-up construction. Las Vegas, a city of superlatives. Partying, gambling, and above all, entertainment. It's the destination for over 40 million tourists each year. The most spectacular shows in the world take place here, and audiences have come to expect the unexpected. But tonight, the countdown to an unprecedented event begins. Las Vegas, the largest city in the state of Nevada, lies in the arid west of the United States. Located on the legendary Strip is the Mandalay Bay Hotel. It's where the final of the International Swimming League is set to take place in just 7 days. Responsible for setting up this mega event is project manager Giulio Orsatti. His first task, unloading.
We have all the materials shipped from Italy, and they're all manufactured specifically for this project. So we don't want to damage any of those materials, because if it happens, then we have to air freight from Italy, or we have to manufacture parts locally in some ways.
In only 7 days, the inaugural starting pistol of this mega swimming event is fired.
Iniziamo?
The countdown has begun. The value of the event, over $10 million. The first milestone, construction of the entire frame of the pool. Deadline, this evening.
There's a lot of work to do, and the arena is completely empty. We have to bring all the materials in. The beginning is not easy.
No one has ever completed a project like this in so short a time.
Time is the biggest challenge.
The Mandalay Bay is continuously booked by the biggest pop stars of our days. Postponement due to delays, financially unthinkable. Giulio's team is constructing 2 pools in the hall. The competition pool is 25 meters long and 20 meters wide. Next to it, a smaller warm-up pool. In order that the swimmers can dive into the pool at all, the team first have to raise the entire floor of the hall by 2 meters. The grand final of the prestigious International Swimming League, ISL, is due to take place here in 1 week. 112 professional swimmers will arrive from 19 countries, ready to go up against each other. Over 10,000 spectators have paid to watch their heroes compete. Because the pool will only pop up for the duration of the competition, the team cannot anchor it to the floor. To create enough stability for the massive construction, Giulio's team developed a freestanding frame, specifically for the event. 1,730 elements and a total of 12,700 bolts form the base structure of the pool. The 4 sides are connected by 90 longitudinal and transverse elements. They act as bracing and strongly keep the structure together. This special construction is designed to ensure that the pool can withstand the pressure of more than 1 million liters of water, and that without being bolted to the floor. Over 3 hours have already elapsed. According to the plan, all of the material should now be in the hall. But it's taking longer than expected to bring everything in. In order to avoid losing even more time, project manager Giulio has his team begin simultaneous parallel construction. Stage builder Mark Dodd is responsible for perfectly positioning the pool in the hall.
We make sure our camera angles are really good in here, so we're just setting the pool datum corners so we can build from there. If we do it wrong, then it adds a lot of extra work to us. So if you do it right in the first time, it works well.
If the pool is not placed at the correct spot in the 2,000 square meter hall, it will negatively impact all the other components. Later, specialists will lay more than 600 meters of pipes, piece together 84 tons of steel, and tighten around 50,000 bolts.
The center has to be at the corner.
After months of planning, the Italian company will now discover whether they've thought of everything. Six days and less than 20 hours left until the swimming event. The last part of the shipment arrives. The cargo, fragile, a transparent acrylic wall.
We have to be careful and unload it in a proper way, because as I said, this is a transparent wall, so if we scratch it, damage it, or whatever, the aesthetic result would be compromised. I'm a little bit worried now.
The wall has traveled 10,000 kilometers to get here. It's a custom fabrication from Italy. Irreplicable and irreplaceable. If anything should happen to it, it would mean the end of the project. The wall consists of 3 separate panes, each 7 meters in length and weighing 650 kilograms. The biggest danger, an overflex of the sheets. And if worse came to worst, it would break. In order to prevent this, Giulio's team uses 2 forklifts in combination. One pulls the precious freight inch by inch out of the truck. The second supports it in the middle.
I mean, it was done properly, so there was not too much flexion, no damages. So I think we're good now. We will store it here for the moment, and then we have to bring it back into the arena.
Giulio will only be able to tell whether the acrylic wall has survived unloading unscathed in 7 days. The smallest of hairline cracks or scratches will only become apparent once the pool is filled with water. Preparations for laying the base frame in the hall are in full swing. According to the plan, it should be installed by noon today. The Italian pop-up specialists have spent 5 months planning the installation. Now, the theory is put to the test. And there are problems in practice. There's a hollow space beneath the floor directly under one side of the pool, a ½ meter of nothing. If the pool remains at the planned spot, the floor of the hall is in danger of collapsing.
The problem is that one side of the pool is right above an ice pit, because in the arena is also an ice ring. So there's all the mechanical and electric that are needed to create the ice are in a pit, and our pool is right above it. So we have to move it 3.5 meters away from that pit because we're not sure that it's going to take the load of the water. We're just shifting it 3 meters, 3.5. So we're going to shorten this part. So the warm-up will stay there.
Right. Okay. So I had put enough space in between this orchestra discussion at one point about orchestra back behind, so I had adapted for all that.
Okay. So and you're okay with
a huge setback for Giulio and his team. They have to shift the entire pool by 3.5 meters. With a schedule this tight, a potential disaster.
With the issues that we had moving the materials in, I'd say we're probably a couple of hours behind right now.
Still day one, and already Giulio and his team are 3 hours behind schedule. Despite this, there's no room for error, because at the latest, they would pay the price once the pool is filled with water. Bit by bit, inch by nervous inch, the team shifts the base frame to the new location. Will the 12,700 bolts hold the construction together? Here in a building in a desert, where there's still next to nothing, the best swimmers in the world will compete in the International Swimming League in less than 7 days. The prize money? A total of almost $200,000, a Vegas miracle. To make this happen, Giulio's team needs to tackle the next challenge in the afternoon, installation of the side walls. Three of the pool sides consist of 130 steel panels that the team bolts to the base frame. Each of them is 2 meters high. They're supported by buttresses and struts. The transparent acrylic wall on the fourth side cannot be bolted to the base frame. It's a special construction that includes 25 custom welded buttresses and 4 columns that keep it in place. The view underwater, a highlight for the spectators and a particular challenge for Giulio Orsatti. He and his team have never built such a tricky construction before. The parts, all made to measure.
This is the first time that we installed a structure like this for a temporary event. So it's the first time that we install the support for the acrylic, because this is where we will place the acrylic. And so we had to manufacture a special structure.
These special columns are designed to support the wall, which weighs a total of 2 tons. To do this, they have to be securely bolted to the base frame. But for some reason, it doesn't fit.
So the problem is that we have no alignment here, so we cannot put the screws. And here, this part is too much.
Quickly manufacturing new parts is not an option. 10,000 kilometers from the factory, and they don't have the right machines. And for this pop-up construction, time is the last thing that Giulio has to spare. At the other end of the hall, the rest of the team is busy assembling the normal side walls. According to the plan, at least 2 of them have to be in place by this evening.
Guys. Guys, let's do everything step by step. Calm. Let's have a break. I would ask you to prepare everything for the night shift. That will take about 15 minutes. After that, let's have dinner, and then let's go to sleep.
Having been on the go for 15 hours, Giulio postpones the issue with the wall until the following day. A mistake now would mean no going back. While the first of the Vegas tourists head out to party, work behind the doors of the Mandalay Bay Hotel continues. In order to build the 500 square meter competition pool in the short time available, the team works in 2 shifts. Daniela Maragon supervises the night shift.
So today we finish the panel, gutter, structure, and everything. And tomorrow morning the guys start to complete the floor, waterproof, the gutter, and everything.
The day shift has already assembled 2 sides of the pool as planned, leaving one for Daniela's team. This means lifting, positioning, and bolting together 45 panels, each weighing 30 kilograms.
What is difficult is, for us, is follow every single code in exactly position, because if we made a mistake from the bottom, we have a really big problem on the top when we finish with the gutter and everything.
Every bolt, however small, is crucial to the success of the project. If just one isn't tightened properly, over 1 million liters of water will later leak through the walls and flood the arena.
I feel better, really better. Yeah, because this one is the hard job, because physically the panel is heavy. So all single pieces is very heavy. Now it's just to fill in the single hole with the screw, and after we're starting with the top.
Done. 3 of the side walls are in place. Daniela and his team will only discover if they've done their job properly once the pool is filled with water. The water pressure in the pool is 0.2 bar. That means each wall must withstand 100 tons of weight. Day 2 for the giant pop-up construction in Las Vegas. Just 6 days to go until the big swimming competition in the event arena of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. Despite the time pressure, project manager Giulio must work precisely. Regularly checking the dimensions is essential, because as an official competition pool for a short distance championship, it must be exactly 25 meters long. But the frame isn't even finished yet. A wall is still missing.
Important for us is to be able to solve the interference issues that we have here with the steel. So we're going to modify a couple of pieces, and we're going to put all this side in a perfect level and alignment, because tomorrow we have to fit in the acrylic walls.
The team should be installing the acrylic wall by now, but the frame still doesn't fit together. The upshot, 3 hours is now a whole day behind schedule.
Let's cut this part diagonally.
Okay.
In order to make the holes in the frame line up, workman Luciano cuts a piece of the back wall off with an angle grinder. After a night's sleep, the solution seems simple. 5 months of preparation and precise calculation. Now Giulio's team simply cuts a piece off. And it fits. Stage 2 of the special construction, putting in the steel columns. They will support the costly acrylic wall. And here too, it doesn't fit.
I'm a little bit worried now because I thought that we would have been done by this time. So we're probably a little bit behind, but what is important is that we find the proper way.
The pop-up specialists are running out of time. Although the support has been precisely virtually modeled, it's never been assembled in practice. If they can't come up with a solution by this evening, the entire project is under threat.
We need to twist a little bit because we don't have enough space to put inside of the column.
Now the column is too wide for the support. Giulio sends his colleague Julian off to find the right tool.
We have to cut part of this structure because we need to be able to feed it in there. So I think we need like a big grinder, sand disc. Yeah, the big disc.
6 or 9 inches.
Yes, 9 inches.
As big as possible.
Yeah.
Julian has no idea where to find such a thing. He simply heads out. He wasn't prepared for a situation like this.
So many moving parts in such a short space of time to get so much done that stuff gets forgotten or stuff isn't where it needs to be. So it's always a new challenge.
His first attempt, a small DIY store away from the strip. The wrong decision?
They don't have what we need, so we have to go to another store.
The next attempt. The clock is ticking. As long as Julian is off looking for the tool, his colleagues back on site cannot continue.
Not here either.
The third attempt. Julian is in luck. He's found an extra large angle grinder.
Yes. Ciao, Giulio.
Ciao, Julian.
You're on speaker right now. Just calling me to let you know we're on our way back. We got the largest grinder that Home Depot had.
All right, awesome.
Back at the Mandalay Bay Hotel event arena, everyone is waiting impatiently for the tool they need to get back on track.
On a normal job sites, when you have a lot of time to work, it's just maybe one person in charge and a team. But here you have to coordinate many, many teams at the same time. So it's very important that whoever is in charge of a team talks to each other and create a good group, a good feeling. So it's easier to overcome issues.
It's high time that the problem with the column was resolved. Only an hour to go until the end of the shift. The column is too big and doesn't fit in the intended mounting, so a piece has to be cut off. Just a few minutes before the end of Giulio's shift. Success. The support for the acrylic wall is in place. Giulio's talent for improvisation has paid off, but they'll only find out tomorrow whether the transparent wall actually fits in the support.
We finally managed to get it in. It's been quite a lot of work. We had to do more than we thought, but we feel much better now. We're much happier, and now we know how to modify both of them, and we can keep going and finish the side by tonight, which was the most important thing for us. But we get it done, and then maybe I'll offer a couple of beers to the guys for the hard work, and we start again tomorrow.
Problem solved, and the day's central objective achieved. Our pop-up building site is gradually becoming more and more like an international swimming arena. Thankfully. Because the best swimmers in the world are already on their way to Las Vegas to win a medal for their team at the grand final of the ISL. Less than 5 days to go on the mega building site. Today, the special wall must be installed in the frame. Also on today's agenda, installation of the filter system. Ben Schaffer supervises the operation, although he's a total rookie in the field of pop-up pools.
I personally haven't been involved in it, in a temporary pool, but we've talked to other people that have done the similar events.
Ben normally builds permanent swimming pools, and he has a lot more time to do so.
Usually, so when we do filter rooms, you know, Roger, how long would you say a filter room like this would take you to do the whole thing for 2 pools like this? Probably 3 weeks for a whole filter room?
Yeah, like 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, 3 or 4 weeks is usually what we would take to do something like this. But that's why we skid mounted things too before we came out. You know, the pumps were put on skids. The system behind me is a whole control system that we assembled in our shop.
Ben and his team have been designing and building the filter system for over 2 months. Small, rapidly rotating brushes filter the dirt particles from the water. The dirt remains in the unit and is discharged. The clean water flows back into the pool. In addition to the big competition pool, the crew has additional stress with the construction of the small warm-up pool as well. It's also 25 meters long, but just 8 meters wide. The professional swimmers use it to warm up on competition day. Another time-consuming job, but a requirement of the official swimming federation. Back to the competition pool. The special frame construction is installed. The 500 square meter pool is still missing its floor, and it's not basic tiling required here. It consists of 3 layers. Layer 1, foam mats for thermal insulation. Layer 2, plywood boards. They create a flat surface. The final layer consists of a thermos-welded PVC sheet. It ensures that the floor is absolutely waterproof. Visitors to the legendary Las Vegas Strip are oblivious to the work going on at the pop-up building site. While outside, tourists are enjoying the numerous attractions on offer, like a leisurely trip down the Rio Grande by gondola. Inside at the event arena of the Mandalay Bay Hotel, the big moment has arrived. Our team is finally installing the special transparent acrylic wall. They will now discover whether the solutions improvised over the past 2 days are up to the job.
Now it's a crucial moment for us. If we can get these acrylic in place and we understand exactly how to do it, we'll be on the right track. If we don't, then we have a serious problem.
If the wall gets damaged or doesn't fit into the frame, the $10 million event will be a washout, quite literally. Because the wall is a one-off. There is no replacement, and no time to manufacture a new one either. Transparent pool walls are usually only found in the most exclusive luxury hotels. At an official competition, they're a novelty.
So the acrylic is special product that we have, and it's the first time that we install it in a temporary event, and we have to install it in a very short time. So this makes things very complicated.
Both of you. I'm about 4 or 5 inches. Okay. No, both of you. I'm about 4 or 5 inches. Okay, hold. We're touching the wall.
You're touching the wall.
Andy, you're touching the wall. You're touching the wall behind you. Okay, both of you back up about a foot. Slide it.
To produce the best effect, the wall must be absolutely scratch-free. While the men are still struggling to install the acrylic wall, Ben Schaffer's team has already laid the majority of the pipes for the filter unit. A total of 600 meters of pipe make up the pool circulation system. They transport dirty water from the pool and fresh, filtered water back again.
We probably use well over 1,000 feet of pipe, probably around 2,000 feet of pipe of different sizes, anywhere from 12-inch all the way down to 1-inch pipe.
The pipes are made of PVC, even for such a modern pool. It's light, so it takes Ben's team just a short time to assemble the pipes. In order to clean the water, filter professional Ben uses volcanic rock instead of the usual sand. It cleans the pool water more effectively and quickly.
It's a much quicker installation. It's 1 tank per pool, whereas if we use sand or another filtration system, it'd be multiple tanks and it would just be much larger.
Fewer tanks mean faster installation. Just a week instead of the usual month. Showtime at the pool. Giulio and his team hold their collective breath. Does the acrylic wall fit into the support modified on site? If not, it doesn't mean any extra work, but rather the immediate end of this mega pop-up construction site and cancellation of a totally sold-out event. Unthinkable. Inch by inch, the most important section of the pool is lowered into place. Yesterday, Giulio went ahead and modified a part of the frame. Only now will he see whether the wall actually fits into the support. Things look good so far. The first of the 3 panels is in.
I'll feel better when the other 2 are in.
Yeah, exactly. I feel better when step 3 is done.
The acrylic wall is made of 3 sections. 2 of the 650-kilogram panes are still missing. Done. The wall installation is complete.
Now we're happy. Now we have to do all the preparation for the ceiling, so we make sure there's no water coming out, and it's time to start the waterproofing of the tank.
Giulio and his team have achieved their objective for today. But they will only know whether or not the wall can withstand the pressure of the water shortly before the event. Meanwhile, the first of the swimming fans are arriving in Las Vegas in order to attend the unprecedented competition in just a few days' time. The pop-up professionals have barely 4 days left until the mega event. On today's agenda, lining the floor of the pool, connecting the filter system, and raising the floor up to the same level as the pool. Raising the entire floor of the hall by 2 meters requires a substructure, a special construction made from 57 tons of steel and 2 tons of aluminum. This will then be covered by 700 plywood boards and 1,700 square meters of rubber sheets in 2 layers. This job is the responsibility of Dave Cooper. He's been planning the construction of the deck for 2 months.
We build the underneath structure for them to put the plywood, and then they'll put the PEM, finished product, okay? So what'll happen today is we'll build these structures like we built in the past few days.
Dave doesn't have much time left to raise the 2,000 square meters of floor.
I don't like to do anything twice. I don't do nothing twice, you know? And if I have to, then it's kind of a bad day for me, you know?
Actually, everything's going according to plan for Dave, if only it weren't for the other teams.
When we started, the pool company had 2 days to try to get the pools up and get out of our way. Well, they didn't get it done. They had a 3rd day into it. The challenge is when they don't get it done, then we get all backed up.
As Giulio Orsotti's pool team has been behind schedule since day 1, Dave is now suffering the consequences. He has 1 day less to do the same job. Because the grand final of the ISL is already sold out. 10,000 spectators have booked tickets and are looking forward to the event. A ticket costs around $50, $500,000 on the gate alone. Just over 3 days to go, and the pool has to be full of water. For filter specialist Ben's team, it's high time they laid the main pipe. The entire water system depends on it, because the pipe is the connection between the competition pool and the filter unit. But something isn't right.
Well, there's gonna be a little bit of adjustment.
The pipe doesn't fit. Ben and his team now have to reconnect everything. When the swimming pool is in operation, 5,000 liters of water will flow through the pipe each minute. If the pipe doesn't fit perfectly, the entire hall will end up underwater, and the Mandalay Bay will not be happy.
If it's not lined up straight, the fitting won't push all the way in, or it'll push up against one side. Now we might get a leak, we might get a cracked fitting. Yeah, if you put too much stress on it and try and get it to be the right angle, so.
A disaster. The planning error is frustrating and takes time, something Ben doesn't have to spare right now.
Roger.
Right here.
Without the pipe system, there will be no water in the pool. A solution must be found. The floor must be absolutely watertight before the pool can be filled with water. Competition pools are normally tiled, but that isn't an option for a pop-up event. Assembly and disassembly have to be performed quickly. PVC sheeting is the faster option.
Did you try it once? So have a look at how it works?
The sheets are still lying loose on the floor. Giuseppe Garanti will soon change that. His task, to weld the sheets together using a high-performance blow heater. It blows out air at 200 degrees Celsius. If Giuseppe holds it for too long at one place, or the sheets are not properly fused, the pool will have a hole in it.
I have to try it first. to see what temperature is needed and which speed level is necessary. Because it is important that everything is even in the end and that the foil doesn't get burnt.
It shouldn't be possible to separate the sheets even with a palette knife. Only then will the lining be completely watertight. Having performed a test run, his work begins in earnest. Giuseppe's skillful touch will now determine whether or not the pool will hold up later on.
Mistakes can always happen. The plywood isn't always even. But if I burn the foil, then it isn't waterproof anymore.
A leaky pool, the ultimate disaster. Project manager Giulio Orsatti inspects the result personally. He has overall responsibility for the entire construction project and is ultimately answerable for any mistakes.
So now he's sealing with liquid PVC the edge of the weld. So the two, one liner is here, the other one is on top, overlapped by 5 centimeters. And on the side we close, both for aesthetic finish and for extra safety for the weld with liquid PVC.
A real challenge for Giulio's team, making sure that even the tiniest of corners is watertight. If they forget just one, the pool will leak and all their efforts would be in vain. In the meantime, filter specialist Ben and his helpers are still trying to solve the problem with the main pipeline. They've spent over 2 hours connecting the pipes in various combinations. As yet, without success.
A little more to the right.
The water system really has to be finished today. Without it, any other faults can't be identified and certainly can't be fixed in time. After all, the pool is supposed to be full the day after tomorrow.
Taking measurements and doing experimental things, so until we get it right, until it lines up. So just try different things.
Then finally, construction supervisor Ben appears to have found the right combination. Firmly stuck and strapped together. The pipe fits.
So the problem is fixed. Where's the audience? Applause.
Problem solved. Today's critical objective achieved at the very last minute. Barely 3 days left to finish transforming the building site into a competition pool. The only thing still missing, the markings. Giulio's team must stick the strips together with millimeter precision. 2.5 meters. That's the space each athlete has. The challenge? The pop-up pool must satisfy the same criteria as every permanent swimming pool. Exact dimensions and exact water temperature. The athletes can perform at their best at a temperature of exactly 24 degrees Celsius. But the construction time is normally around 10 times longer. Giant pop-up international competition pool. For Giulio's team, this has meant slaving away around the clock for the past 5 days. Whether or not all their efforts have been worth it will only become apparent in 48 hours when the last drop of water is in the pool.
This morning we cleaned the acrylic, so now it's brilliant. And yeah, just a lot of cleaning and then we're ready for water.
This means that today's goal has been achieved. Everything is ready for the first drop of water. It's about time, too, because in 2 days, a spectacular swimming event is set to take place. but only if Giulio's team finishes on time. Here in the Mandalay Bay Hotel, one of the biggest hotels in Las Vegas, a city that knows no bounds and prides itself on making even the most impossibly spectacular of shows possible. The second to last day begins. The moment of truth has arrived. Today, the pool is to be filled with water. Showdown. This hose will soon carry the full water flow that will decide the success or failure of the pool crew. The water is supplied from the fire hydrant in front of the hotel arena. The hotel's regular water supply would have insufficient pressure. Filling the pool would take twice as long. And this way, the pool will be full in 24 hours. The time has come.
We might have a few issues while filling, maybe a leak or maybe some adjustment that we have to make.
Giulio has cut, hammered, stuck, and bolted everything together. Whether or not the pool will really hold will only become clear once it's full. Meanwhile, stage builder Dave Cooper must keep his composure, even under time pressure.
The pipes are so unforgiving, they're where they're at. The system that we use lets us move it around, and we make it work.
The biggest danger? Dave could damage the pipes with the heavy steel bars. That would bring the entire building site to a standstill.
Now it's just time to witness the first water going in, and it's a romantic moment for us that we build the pool.
Tomorrow morning, if everything goes smoothly, there will be 1.3 million liters of water in the pool. This means approximately 700 liters of water gush from the hose each minute. The final 24 hours begin. Everything is going according to plan thus far. Time to start up the pumps. Construction supervisor Ben Schaffer is anxious.
First time we turn on the pumps, it's a little nerve-wracking because you have so much footage of pipe all the way around the pool's mechanical system. You have all the connections, so it's a little nerve-wracking. You're worried about leaks, you're worried about something going wrong, you're worried about voltage, amperage, the power side of it.
Just a few more seconds, then it's time. The system works.
It feels pretty good once things start working right and everything is flowing at the right rate. You have no leaks, then it feels pretty good.
The pool is filled to the brim. The right dimensions, water quality, temperature, all according to plans. The construction is holding and the pumps running.
But now it's perfect. Well, I don't know.
The team has achieved its goal together, turning a concert hall into a gigantic swimming arena in just 7 days. A world-class pop-up construction. The Italian pop-up professionals have achieved the impossible and transformed the 2,000 square meter event hall into a competition swimming arena. Over the past 7 days, Giulio Orsatti and his crew have assembled 84 tons of materials, screwed more than 50,000 bolts, and laid 600 meters of pipes. All for the grand final of the International Swimming League 2020. A spectacular event and a true pop-up construction. A 14-story high-rise complex with 156 apartments built in just 51 days. To achieve this ambitious goal, the construction team works day and night in 3 shifts.
In 24 hours, we have to finish 4 apartments and make a start on the next ones.
Constructing at such a speed is only possible if the factory delivers all elements punctually and the on-site crew install immediately.
We only have an hour to install the delivered parts. If it takes us longer than this, it messes up the entire construction schedule.
Something that cannot be planned for, however, is the weather. The construction site is hit by violent gusts.
Okay, that's fine.
Despite the wind, snow, and temperatures dropping to minus 20 degrees Celsius, work has to go on because the huge pop-up construction must be finished in just 51 days. Moscow, the capital of Russia and the largest city in Europe with nearly 13 million inhabitants. And the population is growing by around 10% each year. As in all mega metropolises, finding an affordable apartment in Moscow is nearly impossible. In order to handle the situation, the government has instituted a massive building program. 65 million square meters of new housing are to be developed within the next few years. More than 1 million new apartments. The construction companies are building one new high-rise after the other in record time. Otherwise, this ambitious plan could not be achieved. One of the largest construction sites lies at the southern periphery of the Russian capital, around 30 kilometers from the center of Moscow. The concrete foundations for the high-rise complex are already laid, 72 meters long and 15 meters wide. In just 51 working days, 156 apartments with a total of 9,000 square meters of floor space will be erected here. Construction work is due to start in 24 hours. Project manager Asfan Sufianov is visibly tense. There are still a lot of little things to take care of on the mega building site before work can begin.
We're in the process of preparing the foundations for the initial stages of construction. The workers still have to mark out the positions of all the walls. And we're making preparations for the night shift as well. We're setting up lights everywhere, as we'll have to work in the dark too, of course. Once we've done that, we still have to finish installing the equipment for the welders. Everything has to run smoothly if we want to start construction tomorrow.
Asfan and his team have just 3 days to build each floor, comprising 12 apartments. In order to achieve this, the team uses a special construction technique. This involves joining together wall and ceiling elements on site that have been prefabricated at the factory. The building complex is divided into 3 sections. They only start work on to the next section once the previous section of a story is complete. This allows the workmen from other trades, such as electricians, gas fitters, and plumbers, to work on the already finished areas in parallel. In this manner, the team works their way upwards, story for story. The entire first floor is scheduled to be finished in just 96 hours. Construction manager Asfan has been managing major construction projects for almost 20 years. But this is something special, even for him.
This is a massive project. We're working with large and very heavy parts here. It's no easy feat. The start, in particular, is always complicated. We have to work with absolute precision, or we'll have problems later. Even a single mistake at this stage will cause us major difficulties later on.
The basement and ground floor have been constructed using reinforced concrete. This is a supporting structure, so it has to be especially stable. Tomorrow, the workers will install the very first wall panel of the 14-story high-rise complex directly on top of it. The workers must position the walls with centimeter precision. To guide them, surveyors Vladimir Belishko and his colleague now place over 300 markings.
We have detailed construction plans that we follow. Everything has to be extremely accurate. With the help of the plan, we're now marking all the positions on the foundation. Then everything is precisely defined. The construction workers will use the markings to place the walls. They can't just put them wherever they want, which is why they need our markings.
There's zero room for error. Even the smallest mistake can result in the walls not fitting together properly later on.
The initial marking out is extremely important. These guys have to work very precisely. Only then will the rest of the build work. Any mistake they make at this stage will impact the entire construction.
There's no time to make time-consuming corrections either. After all, this isn't just any construction project. Asfan and his team are planning to erect a 45-meter-tall building here in just 51 days. This is 3 times quicker than for a traditional construction project. The enormous 60-meter-high crane, the most important piece of equipment on the mega building site. It can lift up to 10 tons and travels along the side of the building on rails. So that the crane can reach every corner of the building, the workers have to dismantle the smaller crane and extend the track for the large crane by 35 meters. First, the workers compact the ground beneath the rails. Otherwise, it would sag under the weight of the crane. The workers are under a lot of time pressure. The track has to be ready to go by the time construction starts, so that the crane can begin to lift the first massive wall panels to where they are needed. Alexander Chulanovsky is construction manager Asfan's right-hand man. He too has been building pop-up constructions for almost 30 years.
Now we've got a problem. You shouldn't be removing that. It has to stay there. That should stay there. Why have you moved it there?
Just around 20 hours to go until construction starts. If the crane isn't operational by then, the building site will come to a standstill. A disaster for a pop-up project like this.
Preparations for a project like this have to be perfect. Ideally, all of the parts and equipment should be here a few days in advance. And when everything's ready to go, we can't afford to waste a single minute. We start construction immediately. With a schedule this tight, it's extremely difficult to make good a delay of even a few hours.
Their biggest challenge, the logistics. Only if all the materials are delivered on site in the right order and at the right time will the team be able to complete construction in such a tight time frame.
This is our concrete mixing machine. Sacks are much too small for our needs. So we work with 5-ton cylinders. One of them lasts us just 24 hours. There's a container filled with cement powder and one filled with water. The two get mixed, and the finished concrete comes out of the bottom.
The fresher the concrete, the easier it is to work with. It starts to harden after just an hour. There's still a lot to do before construction begins. Even now, the team has no time for a break. They work through the night. It's the next morning, 6 hours to go before work starts in earnest. And today, of all days, it's extremely windy, even by Moscow standards. This has construction manager Asfan worried. The crane can't operate in blustery conditions.
I hope the weather doesn't cause us problems. According to the forecast, it's supposed to be windy, but it's not too bad at the moment.
When the wind speed exceeds 15 meters a second, which corresponds to 4.7 on the Beaufort scale, the crane shuts down automatically. Otherwise, there is a danger of cables breaking, or, in the worst case, the crane toppling over. If a storm does develop now, the team will have to postpone the long-planned start of construction. But at the moment, everyone continues working as planned. They still hope to start on time. The delivery of the wall panels has been planned for weeks. A postponement would completely derail the complex logistics.
I'm just carrying out the final checks. I have to check everything, like whether all the equipment is there and if the construction trailers are well stocked.
In the hours that remain, the team still has to set up the equipment, tidy up the site, and finish laying the tracks for the crane. One hour to go until 0 hour. The foundations are prepared. But next to them, things are not looking so good. Almost 10 meters of crane track is still missing. The problem? It's taking a lot longer than expected to compact the earth sufficiently. And until the track is in place, construction of the multi-story building cannot begin.
I want to be finished with everything here in half an hour so we can get on with the rest of the work.
Project manager Asfan summons all available workers. Without the enormous construction crane, they won't be able to lift the walls into place. Five minutes before construction is due to begin. And success. The crane is up and running.
Everything is prepared. All we're waiting for now are the wall sections. Then we can get started.
The start of this giant pop-up construction is underway. In just 51 days, an apartment complex with 156 new homes will be built here, thus helping to alleviate Moscow's housing shortage. The final seconds until construction is due to start. But then, nothing happens. Everything is prepared, but the most important elements are missing. The wall panels haven't arrived yet. You can't construct a prefab building without wall panels.
Some components have already arrived, but only ones we can't use yet, like parts for the ventilation system.
The wall panels and other components are supplied from the factory just in time. This saves on storage, site space, and money. But it's also a risky strategy. The delivery sequence must be strictly followed, and even the smallest of bottlenecks can mess everything up. Like now. The factory is located in the north of Moscow. The workers there began fabricating the walls for the high-rise days ago. They'll be brought to the site one after another. Every truck driver gets a chip card. This tells the workers what parts they have to load and in what order. One risk factor they cannot control is Moscow traffic. The 45-kilometer trip to the building site can easily take up to 3 to 4 hours. It's now early evening. The construction work should have commenced 3 hours ago, but nothing has happened yet. At last, the first of the trucks carrying wall panels arrives. It comes loaded with 4 walls, and the next ones will arrive in an hour. They have to work fast now. The construction process is a bit like supersized Tetris. The concept only works if the team installs the walls at the designated location in time and in the right order. The external walls, complete with pre-fitted windows, are installed first. Then the internal walls, the stairwell, and the prefabricated bathroom, already tiled and fitted with tub. Finally, the workers install the ceiling panels. Hooks are embedded in the walls. The workers use these to attach the walls to the crane. The wall panel is set down on a 10-centimeter thick layer of concrete. This is used to more or less glue the wall in place. It's still extremely windy, but the team doesn't let this slow them down. Just 10 minutes after the truck arrives, they're already installing the first wall. The system only requires 3 workers for the job. Construction manager Asfan has assigned his most experienced workers to this. They've all been with the company for almost 20 years. And this proves to be a wise decision. Despite time pressure and difficult weather conditions, they keep a cool head. There's even time to spare for a Russian tradition.
This is a very old custom. When you build a house, you place a coin under one of the external walls. It's supposed to protect the house against the forces of nature. And it's supposed to bring the people who eventually live in the building riches, happiness, and love, and whatever else they wish for.
With the coin laid, the very first of nearly 1,500 walls is in place. They immediately start on the next. The team wants to make up for the 3-hour delay as best they can. Depending on their size, the panels can weigh between 2.5 and 7 tons. First, the workers set a wall down roughly aligned between the markings. Next, they stabilize and set it with alignment struts. In just a couple of hours, once the concrete between the wall and floor has hardened, they then remove the struts and cut off the metal hooks with an angle grinder. Then they make some fine adjustments. Worker Sergei Boychkin checks whether the walls are completely vertical and aligns them with centimeter precision to the markings.
I'm checking the position of the base. The wall has to be exactly 20 centimeters from the markings placed earlier.
Once the wall is perfectly aligned, it's the welder's turn. He joins the wall to the floor, using what they call reinforcing brackets. The holes will be filled in later. Now that the delivery has arrived, things are progressing well.
The only thing that can put a wrench in the works now is the wind. It can happen that we have to stop due to the wind. If it becomes too strong, things can get dangerous.
And the wind has, in fact, gotten stronger in the meantime. Time and again, the construction site is hit by violent gusts. Then, just as they're lifting one of the largest walls, it happens. The 7-ton section is in danger of getting out of control. In the worst case, the rotation could cause the steel cables to snap and the wall to crash to the ground.
Sergei, look out, it's turning. Down, get it down.
Set the wall down here for a moment. We'll lift it over later.
That's good.
The 5-meter-long wall is back under control. But getting it in position is even harder work. It takes a concerted effort to manage it at all. The wall is finally in place. Things worked out okay after all. But if it stays this gusty, they'll have to take a break and lose valuable time. Luckily, the wind subsides a little, and work can continue. By the end of their shift in 6 hours, the workers have to install a further 17 external walls. That's one every 20 minutes.
We have to have the entire section finished in 24 hours and make a start on the middle section.
7-man installation teams work in 3 shifts around the clock and will continue to do so until the high-rise building is finished. They're under enormous time pressure. The majority of the 156 apartments have already been sold. If the team isn't finished on time in 51 days, the occupants won't be able to move in as planned. 49 days remain. The team has made up for the delay at the start. The outer section of the first floor is finished. The external walls of the middle section are already in place. The night shift has just begun. Their task? To install all 22 internal walls of the middle section so that the day shift can then install the ceiling on top of them. The internal walls arrived from the factory during the day as planned. The team stores them until they're needed in specially constructed frames. Shift foreman Sergei Knishkov checks them for any damage caused during transport. A single crack could jeopardize the stability of the entire building.
These elements are for the first floor. They have to be installed before the end of our shift. Then the interior of this section will be finished.
Each panel is marked with a number. The workers compare this number with the structural drawing, which tells them where the wall belongs.
This is 6524. I'm sending it up to you now.
Is it free already?
Yes, yes.
The internal walls are installed according to the same principle as the external walls. Here, too, the workers carefully check the placement of each wall several times. Assembling them is like piecing together an oversized puzzle. If they make a mistake in one place, things won't fit together somewhere else. Only once everything is aligned and fits exactly do they fix the walls permanently in place using brackets and welded joints. At first, installation of the internal walls goes as planned. But then a truck arrives, loaded with external walls. The problem, the team can't store external walls. The bricks on the facade are too delicate and could get damaged. Shift foreman Sergey has to make a change of plan.
The factory has just sent panels for the second story. This means we now have to switch from working on the first floor to the second. We only have an hour to unload the truck. If this takes us any longer, it'll mess up the entire logistics operation.
The truck has to return to the factory as quickly as possible. For the workers, this means dropping everything and making preparations for installing the walls that have just arrived. Despite the unexpected change of plan, the first of the walls is in place, just 15 minutes after the truck's arrival.
We always have our people work in teams with the same makeup. We don't shuffle workers around. Once we're finished here, the entire team will move to the next building site as a unit.
A strategy that pays off, especially in stressful situations like right now.
We have 20 minutes left to install the last two parts.
One of shift foreman Sergey's most important tasks, ensuring that the workers stick to the timetable. They've done it. The truck is unloaded.
Now we have to check that there aren't any gaps and that the walls are all in the correct position.
This is why the workers check the position of each wall afterwards. The concrete hasn't hardened yet, so they can easily make adjustments now that will be impossible in an hour.
You should never rush things. With parts weighing several tons, any misjudgment can quickly become dangerous. We've still managed to finish on time, though.
The team needed just 60 minutes to install the unexpected wall delivery. They immediately returned to their scheduled job. They still have to install 15 interior walls by the end of their shift in 5 hours. Otherwise, the next shift won't be able to start on the ceilings. Over the next few weeks, the team works around the clock on the giant pop-up construction. The high-rise building grows by a further 3 meters with every new story. The team's goal? To complete construction within the allotted 51 days, because the first of the occupants are due to move in shortly thereafter. Halftime. The 8th floor should be completed tomorrow. The team has 27 days left to build the 6 remaining stories. Right now, they're still on schedule, but the weather is starting to cause problems again. It's been snowing for several hours. The temperature is a chilly -8 degrees Celsius. Not only extremely uncomfortable, but dangerous too. The snow can cause the fresh concrete to freeze instead of hardening. This would lead to cracks forming later on. Because of this, shift foreman Andre checks his team's work especially carefully.
It's difficult at the moment due to the weather. We're making very slow progress because we have to keep clearing snow.
What's more, the taller the building gets, the further the team has to go to get to their workplace. And from now on, it's crucial they keep to the timetable. Because the next line of tradesmen are already moving their way up to the floors below. On the 7th floor, electricians are laying cables for the lights and electrical sockets. A floor below them, on the 6th floor, plumbers are connecting pipes for the cold and hot water in the prefabricated bathrooms. And a floor below them, teams of plasterers are putting the finishing touches to the walls. Any delay in erecting the new walls now causes a chain reaction. If the team above has problems, it will hold up all the subsequent work, like connecting up the water pipes in the bathrooms. And electricians can only lay cable in walls that have already been installed.
I don't usually have any issues, but things are always pretty hectic around here. Much more so than on a normal building site.
The installation ducts are already embedded in the wall panels. The electrician now pulls the cables for the lights and electrical sockets through them. 2.5 kilometers of cable per story. In the floors below, where the electricians, welders, and plumbers have already finished work, the plasterers follow. They have to fill several kilometers of joints between the sections per story. In Russia, it's a job traditionally performed by women, and the only job in the local construction industry in which women are represented. The big advantage of their job? It's warm. Huge space heaters have been set up to help the plaster dry quicker. Alexander Chuganovsky checks the work performed by the various teams several times a day.
The most important thing is that the pipes are securely connected. Now, I can send in the next team of workers to fill everything in.
Not only does the shell of the building have to be finished by the end of the 51 days, but the electrical systems have to be installed, and the plastering done too.
Next, I'll check how far the welder has gotten. And after that, I will check if he's done a decent job.
The plasterers can only get started once the welder has finished. Outside, work continues despite the heavy snow. "30 truckloads of new panels arrive at the site each day. The workers have to unload and install them as quickly as possible, because the construction company's logistics concept will only work if the trucks are always on the move. The company operates several factories that build wall panels. This one has been manufacturing external walls for 60 years. Nearly 1,500 walls per week, which amounts to an impressive 75,000 walls per year. The sections are fabricated on assembly lines. They're currently working on wall sections for the balconies of the high-rise building. First, rebar is placed into the mold, designed with wall bricks. This lends stability to the walls, just like with a traditional structure. At the next station, the first layer of concrete is poured. This, too, is the same as the concrete used in the construction of conventional buildings. Production manager Igor Pavlov monitors the manufacturing process. The walls will only fit together properly later if the specified dimensions are adhered to exactly.
I've just checked the width of the wall. The first layer mustn't be more than 70 millimeters thick.
Insulating material is laid on top of the concrete for heat retention. A further layer of rebar is placed on top of that to provide extra stability. The final layer consists of coarse-grained concrete. This helps the plaster adhere to the walls later on.
The walls we make here meet the highest quality standards and will last up to 100 years.
After just 2 hours, the wall is almost finished. It's smoothed out before heading to the underground curing chamber. The walls are left to harden here for 5 hours at 52 degrees Celsius. The pre-cast sections are now given their finishing touches. Window panes are installed, for example. Then they're ready to be delivered. Back on the building site, the team is still struggling with the snow and freezing conditions. They have to be finished in 26 days. Their goal for today, to install the ceiling on the 8th floor and make a start on the 9th floor during the late shift. Before they begin, Deputy Construction Manager Alexander makes his daily tour of inspection.
I'm checking the pattern the bricks make and that everything matches. It has to create a particular pattern without any flaws. Mistakes do sometimes occur, unfortunately, so I always have to double check. I also check whether they all have the same color, and if everything has been filled properly, or whether some areas were forgotten.
In the worst case, they'll have to replace walls that have already been installed. The earlier they discover any mistakes, the less complicated this is to do. Above, the workers are dealing with the task of the missing section of ceiling. The roof panels are made from reinforced concrete as well. The installation process is similar to that used for the walls. They're glued together using concrete and then welded. A major advantage of prefab construction, all the work steps are the same. This saves a lot of time. The crane operator's experience is crucial when it comes to maneuvering the panels in place. The workers have to trust him with their fingers, literally.
We depend on the crane operator for pretty much everything we do. It's crucial that he remains completely focused at all times and controls the crane properly. All of the parts are extremely large and heavy. And of course, he mustn't damage anything under any circumstances, regardless of how tight things get. The panels have to be placed with centimeter precision. He has one of the most important jobs on the site. Without a good crane operator, things wouldn't work.
The crane operators, like the majority of the construction workers on this site, have been with the company since the start of their apprenticeships. In contrast with other building sites where cheap seasonal laborers are employed, this company knows that it takes an experienced crew to pull off a pop-up construction like this. Despite the worsening conditions, they make good progress with the roof. And by the end of their shift, the team has actually done it. The 8th floor is finished as planned, and the late shift can now get started with the 9th floor. This floor is supposed to be completed in just 3 days too, something that would take at least 3 weeks using conventional construction techniques.
Our system is very carefully thought out. We operate in 3 shifts, early, late, and night shift. There's a foreman responsible for each shift, and each worker has a specific job to do. Someone is responsible for performing every task, however small. This speeds up the process enormously. Everyone knows exactly what they have to do at all times. This prevents things from becoming chaotic.
And the system saves on manpower too. A shift here consists of just 7 installation workers. The second half of the construction phase. Despite the harsh Russian winter, the pop-up construction grows inexorably. Time is of the essence, though, because the acute housing shortage in Russia's capital is a hot political topic. 12 apartments with a total of 700 square meters of floor space are created every 3 days. The construction firm has just 6 days to go until handover. The team has finished all of the residential floors already and has made a start on the roof. The final challenge, the so-called mechanical floor on the rooftop. This is where the building services, like the ventilation, heating, and elevator systems will be installed. The team installs special wall elements with large openings in the middle. They then lay the cables and pipes through these. The openings simultaneously allow the air to circulate, thus preventing heat buildup under the roof. The height of the ceiling on the mechanical floor is just 1.5 meters. The external walls are twice as high, creating a fall protection barrier for the flat roof. This is a legal requirement for all high-rise buildings in Russia. For safety reasons, the technicians can only begin their work once the final section has been installed. The construction workers have to work flat out yet again. Fortunately, it has gotten warmer over the past few days, so they won't have to waste precious time clearing snow. Construction worker Sergei coordinates which walls the crane has to lift up next.
The next sections have arrived. They're the same as in the plan, so we can install them right away.
They have just 2 more days to install the wall and ceiling panels. Only if they succeed will the technicians be able to complete all the installation work on the mechanical floor by the deadline in 6 days' time. Apart from a few minor details, work on the interior is complete. The fire extinguishing system, heating pipes, and freshwater plumbing has been installed on all floors. Construction manager Asfan Sufyanov prepares to hand over the building site to its owners. He inspects every room in the 9,000 square meter building once again.
I'm now checking what still needs to be done.
Правильность. Штукатурки. Вертикальной, горизонтальной.
I'm looking to see whether everything is plastered properly
Герметизации.
and that there are no gaps left.
While the plasterers touch up the remaining imperfections in the interior, Workers on the roof are installing the first of the ceiling slabs.
Down. A bit more. A bit more.
The construction firm's workers install hundreds of precast panels each day at their various construction sites around Moscow.
The building is nearly finished. We have less than a week left. Everything went very well, as planned. In 2 weeks, we start work on the next building. And so it goes on. We move from one building to the next.
The construction firm is one of the largest and oldest in all of Russia. Since its foundation in 1961, the company's workers have constructed 57 million square meters of housing space, residential accommodation that is urgently needed in the growing capital. A final burst of activity on the mega building site. Finished at last, despite the problems with the delivery of the components, and even faced with the cold and stormy winter weather, the well-oiled team has managed to finish the gigantic pop-up construction in just 51 days. 3 times faster than for conventional construction projects.
We've actually pulled it off. Everything is finished. It all worked out great. I'm really pleased with my team. They've done a superb job. I hope the future occupants like it too, and that they enjoy living here.
As soon as the neighboring buildings are finished, the new occupants will be able to move in. All that was here a few weeks ago were the foundations. "30 laborers, all experts in their craft, have worked 51 days and 3 shifts, totaling 10,000 work hours, to erect the 14-story high-rise with nearly 9,000 square meters of floor space. They've installed over 1,500 panels, poured nearly 250 tons of concrete, and laid over 30 kilometers of cable in the process. A true pop-up construction. The Sapporo Snow Festival, a gigantic pop-up construction 1.5 kilometers long. In just 2.5 weeks, works of art up to 15 meters in height and made of nothing but snow will be constructed here. Behind each one is a dedicated team with just one goal: to create the most spectacular sculpture at the festival. Their biggest enemy, the weather.
It's much too warm today. The snow is getting soft, so we'll have to work very carefully.
An unfinished sculpture would be an unimaginable humiliation for the perfectionist Japanese.
If we work day and night, we'll definitely be finished on time.
The race against the time and temperature begins, a race with unexpected twists and turns along the way. Sapporo, Japan, a city with 2 million inhabitants. But once a year, an additional 2 million people flock here to the Sapporo Snow Festival, an event that generates millions in revenue for the city. The time available for setting up is limited. Throughout the city, preparations are in full swing. Nearly 100 sculptures will be made, from very small to very large. Sapporo is the capital of Hokkaido, the northernmost of the main Japanese islands. It's one of the 10 snowiest regions on the planet. Mid-January, 20 days remain until the festival. The Japanese military has been taking part since 1955. They're famous for their unusual sculptures. Hiroshi Nigara is in charge of one construction team, consisting of 150 soldiers. An impressive 15 meters high and 21 meters wide is their sculpture titled Upopoi. Upopoi means singing with the crowd and is a symbol of harmony in the culture of the Ainu, the indigenous people of Hokkaido. The sculpture consists of 3 parts: a traditional fishing boat, the Ainu Museum, and an enormous owl, the guardian deity of the Ainu. Chief constructor Hiroshi Nigara built snow sculptures as a young soldier.
I've been doing this for 18 years, and this sculpture is the most complicated yet, primarily because of its shape.
The sculpture has to be finished in 20 days, and the team is still busy with the preparations. They construct a mold using scaffolding and wooden boards that will then be filled with 5,000 tons of snow. The snow becomes compressed under its own weight and freezes to form a solid carvable block. The team will then sculpt this into the finished form. But they're nowhere near this stage yet.
We're somewhat behind schedule and still have to add a lot of snow, so we're under some pressure.
The team is a whole day behind schedule. The reason? Delays to the deliveries of snow. They repeatedly encounter problems, like right now.
The trucks full of snow promised for this afternoon are late. We now have to wait yet again. We need a total of 700 truckloads of snow, and we're still 250 short.
A problem they traditionally haven't experienced before now. But climate change is making itself felt in Japan too. It's unusually warm for January, and it's hardly snowed thus far. The team is shipping in snow from the mountains, and they're about a 3-hour drive away. This takes a lot of time that hasn't been allowed for, and time they don't have. Chief Constructor Hiroshi and his team from the Infantry Regiment are under a lot of pressure. A second unit of the Japanese military, the Northern Army Signal Group, is also working on a gigantic snow construction. Daisuke Kishinami is supervising construction of the second military sculpture. He too has been doing this for almost 20 years. To mark the centennial of Japanese-Polish diplomatic relations, he and his team are building a replica of the Lazienki Palace in Warsaw. 26 meters wide and 14 meters high. The Snow Palace must be as faithful to the original in Poland as possible in every detail. Project manager Daisuke has been planning the enormous pop-up construction for the past 6 months.
The palace isn't just tall, but very wide too. And there's an entrance that the king passes through. Because the park isn't wide enough here, we have to adjust the dimensions somewhat, including the height. And it shouldn't look ridiculous in the end.
Despite the enormous size of the palace, they need a third less snow than the infantry unit team. A distinct advantage given the current weather conditions and snow supply. The last trucks full of snow are just arriving. The soldiers now distribute it evenly across the upper level. By evening, preparations are almost complete. The final step, shaping the front face. This task is performed by the excavator operator.
This is another very important step. It will be the facade of our palace. It's where the columns will be carved out of later on. If the snow isn't really firm and compact here, the entire facade will collapse when we sculpt it. That would be an absolute disaster.
The excavator operator works the snow over to create an 8-meter high by 10-meter wide wall by eye. The wall will only be stable and withstand being worked on if it's perfectly vertical.
We now have to let the snow settle for 2 days. This is very important. Temperatures during the day are higher, so the snow becomes soft. At night, colder temperatures cause it to freeze again. This process solidifies it and results in the stable structure we need for the sculpture.
Although it took working late into the night, they managed to finish all preparations on time. While the signal group team can spend the next 2 days regaining their strength and fine-tuning their design, the infantry regiment team is still working flat out to fill the mold with the missing 2,000 tons of snow for their Upopoi sculpture. The clock keeps on ticking. Only about 17 days left until the festival. The moment of truth has arrived for the signal group team. Today, they will start construction of their palace. Work begins at 8 o'clock sharp. But first on the agenda, the morning PT. The military regards constructing the sculptures as a training exercise. The idea is to promote cohesiveness within the unit and prepare the soldiers for missions under extreme climatic conditions.
Today is an important day. I'm highly motivated. We're finally getting started.
Their first task? To remove the wooden boarding that they've been using to press the 3,000 tons of snow into shape. The team will now discover how good a job they did with the preparatory work.
I'm checking whether there are any holes or cracks in the wall. This can easily occur. But fortunately, everything's looking good.
Work on the sculpture can now finally begin. The first step involves the team cutting the snow block to create the rough shape. The second step consists of applying the ornamentation. They work from top to bottom. This ensures that falling chunks of snow don't damage parts they've already sculpted. During hardening, the snow has sunk by ½ meter. In order that the dimensions of the palace are still correct, the cut lines have to be recalculated. The second important man on site, Chief Constructor Yoshinori Kobayashi.
The first cut is critical. If we remove too much snow now, we'll have to add more again later. This takes time. And if we cut off too little, we'll have no space for the layer of clean snow, and that would be bad as well. This means it's essential that we stick precisely to the specified dimensions.
The snow has now frozen so hard that it can only be worked on with a chainsaw. While the palace team is already starting work on its sculpture, the other military team is still behind schedule with their Upopoi sculpture. They want to get the last of the snow packed into the mold and finally finish the preparatory work today. Chief Constructor Hiroshi coordinates the work.
We don't need any more snow here, just over there. Over here.
Because the sculpture is three-dimensional, the snow has to be especially compact and mustn't, under any circumstances, have any cavities or inconsistencies. Or else, the protruding body of the owl, and the two towers in particular, will collapse under their own weight. By early afternoon, they're finally done.
I'm now doing one last check to make sure everything is even and there's enough snow where we need it.
Here too, the snow has to harden before they can continue. The Signal Group team is much further ahead. Chief Constructor Yoshinori is cutting out the rough shape of the Belvedere, a structure on what will be the roof of the palace. Just to be safe, the team had piled up an extra half-meter of snow. The soldiers now have to take it away again, a back-breaking job in freezing conditions.
I think it's fun regardless. When I come to the festival with my friends later, I can say, look, I helped build that.
All of the soldiers participate voluntarily. They're still very motivated, but the extreme conditions and the grueling manual labor will gradually take their toll. One reason why the chief constructor wants to make up as much ground as possible at the beginning.
My goal is to have the basic shape of the Belvedere finished by this evening.
Over the course of the afternoon, they manually remove almost a ton of snow. The Belvedere slowly takes shape. A level below, Toshiaki Harada is already preparing the jobs for the following day in parallel.
It's important that we find the middle. Otherwise, the whole sculpture will be off, and will look strange.
Toshiaki must be accurate to within 2 centimeters. This seems extreme considering the size of the sculpture. But human symmetry perception is so acute that observers find a lateral offset of just a few centimeters distracting. And visitors to Sapporo and the Japanese Defense Force expect the best. But Toshiaki has set himself an even tougher goal. He wants to find the middle to the nearest millimeter. This perfectionism is all-pervasive in Japan. It takes an hour before he's satisfied.
That was important. If the lines aren't totally accurate, the building will lean to one side, and it won't look right anymore. That's why the measuring work is so important.
A long workday is coming to an end.
We achieved our goal. Everyone worked very hard, and we actually got done quicker than planned.
A good start for the Signal Group team. The Sapporo Snow Festival is the oldest of its kind in the world. It all began in 1949 when some students built 6 sculptures in the Odori Park for fun. The snow figures were so popular that sculptures were built the following year too. And in 1953, the City Council decided to turn it into an international competition. From then on, the festival has grown to its current size, with the sculptures more numerous, larger, and more impressively conceived each year. There are now just 15 days to go until the festival opens. Besides the military, there are many private construction teams, supported by keen sponsors. The plots are much sought after. Thousands of applications are received each year. and only the best designs are selected. As such, the pressure to exhibit a perfect sculpture is high. The sculpture the infantry unit team is constructing is the largest at the festival, and they, of all teams, are the only ones who haven't yet begun with the sculpting work due to the sluggish snow deliveries. They want to start today. Finally. Koichi Tsukada and his 15-man team are responsible for the right-hand tower.
The trickiest part of the tower is the sloping roof. We don't have any reference points for where to cut, and we haven't done anything like this before. We just have a block of snow, and we have to guess where to cut while we're already working the snow. That doesn't exactly make it easy.
In order to make up for lost time, they'll have to work flat out. Today's task? To start the cutting work on every area of the sculpture. The teams have to work in perfect concert, especially where the owl is concerned. There's just 1 meter separating the wings and the towers. First, Koichi and his men cut a 1.5 by 2 meter block for their tower. They want to begin shaping the sloping roof in the afternoon. Each soldier has a specific task. Military rank doesn't count here, just experience. Chief Constructor Hiroshi is the most experienced member of the team. This is why he has overall responsibility for the project and the work of 150 soldiers.
Everyone is under a great deal of pressure, both mentally and physically. I can't help wondering whether we'll manage to finish on time.
The most urgent job on the site right now, finishing the delicate wingtips of the giant owl, guardian of the Ainu. Because right where the team is currently standing is where the spires are supposed to be. While the soldiers of the infantry unit are working flat out to make up for lost time, the signals are having their first problems. The quality of the building material leaves much to be desired.
I'm very worried about the snow we got this year. Hokkaido is normally inundated with snow in winter. Pristine white powder snow, which is great to build with. But this year, the snow we've been given is not white. It's quite dirty, actually.
In order to get enough at all, the team had to scrape together old snow from the previous year, and it's full of imperfections. However, they've already come up with a solution, but it involves a lot of extra work. They mix freshly fallen snow from the mountains with water. They then stick this, like plaster rendering, onto the finished surfaces, including in the remotest corner.
It doesn't matter if the visitors can see it or not. Every centimeter of the sculpture must be perfect,
regardless of how much time it takes. The goal for the next 2 days? To finish construction of the Belvedere. This involves the team carving 4 statues, cutting out the 3 round windows, and applying nearly 300 decorative details all around. The team has set up its own carpentry workshop adjacent to the building site. This is where the molds for the ornamentation are made.
We can't shape the small elements by hand. They'd never be uniform and would all look different. We obviously don't want that, which is why we make molds into which the snow is pressed. This ensures all the parts look identical.
They have to construct 40 different molds in order to recreate all the details of the palace. Built by the Polish court architect in the 17th century, the palace originally belonged to a lord. Sometime later, the King of Poland had it converted into a private residence. The Lazienki Palace is still considered a masterpiece of classical architecture to this day. A different team is responsible for making the decorative elements. They have to mold 300 pieces each day, several thousand in total. The most important thing for their work, the quality of the snow.
This wouldn't work with normal snow. We mix in some water so it can be molded better.
They store the finished parts until they are needed on site. Normally, not a problem thanks to the sub-zero temperatures, but the weather is anything but normal. While the Signal Group team is already working on the details, things aren't going quite so well for the infantry unit. They are hoping to finish the wingtips of the owl by the afternoon and to make a start on the roofs of the towers. But where the majestic tower should be, there are just large blocks of snow. The wing team is having problems and thus preventing progress being made on the towers. Team leader Kochi is under pressure and trying desperately not to lose even more time.
I'm using the battens to prepare the section of the tower where fresh snow needs to be reapplied, so that the surface looks nice and white. I would normally carve the roof first and then do the facade, but I've had to change the plan. I need to wait until they're finished with the wings before we can do the roof. So, I'm making all the preparations for the next stage now. This way, we can get started first thing tomorrow morning, and hopefully with the roof as well.
The team leader is annoyed. He and his team could have made much better progress by now. But their hands are tied. The day has been a total waste.
Of course, I'm not at all happy with what we've achieved today. It wasn't down to my team, though. The guys have done a great job, but we didn't get as much done as we should have, unfortunately. We have to really pull out the stops tomorrow to get the roof finished.
The workday finishes at 5 p.m. on the dot, but that will soon change, too. The next morning, just 14 days to go until the start of the festival. The problem facing the infantry unit team, carving the 3D elements, is far more complex than expected. Work on the intricate owl wings is still progressing rather slowly, and this is obstructing all the other work. By late morning, they're finally finished, and Kochi and his team can start on the roof of the tower. Their biggest challenge? Carving the sloping roof so that it's perfectly symmetrical. With a single cut, practically impossible. Team leader Kochi first determines the position of the upper and the lower edges of the roof. Then he draws a grid on the roof section to divide it into small units. With the help of these units, he cuts a stepped pattern into the block and cautiously works toward the desired slope from there. The method is time-consuming, but extremely precise. It's tried and tested. The ancient Egyptians used it when constructing the pyramids in order to achieve the perfect sloping angle. At first, work progresses well, but just a few hours later, an unexpected problem arises. In Hokkaido, the land of snow and ice, the sun is shining. And it's getting dangerously warm. This year is already around 10 degrees warmer than normal for Sapporo in January. And today, the temperature actually climbs above freezing around midday. An absolute disaster when it comes to constructing snow sculptures.
It's so warm that the snow is getting very soft. We have to work really carefully now.
The problem, if the snow is too soft, it falls apart when worked on. This makes it nearly impossible to make an accurate cut, and there's worse to come.
It's now snowing as well. The snow is falling onto the scaffolding and melting because it's so warm, and then dripping onto the sculpture. That's not good at all.
The second military team, the Signal Group, is struggling with the weather too, just 13.5 days before the festival starts. They're currently working on the ornamentation for the Belvedere, but the painstakingly crafted delicate elements melt especially quickly.
The worst-case scenario would be if we wouldn't be able to present the sculpture to the public in a perfect state. The festival opens, lots of people turn up, and the palace isn't completely finished. Or it just doesn't turn out quite as nice, simply because of the weather. We want visitors to be moved when they see the palace, and that will only happen if it's perfect.
Waiting for the bad weather to pass is not an option. The project timeline is too tight. On the roof, the soldiers are starting to sculpt the statues. Their only aid, a photo of the original.
It's really difficult, mainly because the statue has Western facial features. It would be much easier with a Japanese statue, but we made a small model beforehand to work out how best to go about it. We'll manage.
Their lack of experience with European facial features is not the most pressing issue. The weather is deteriorating even further, and the soldiers' job is increasingly becoming a tour de force. What's more, the new snow is covering up the elaborately sculpted details.
It's crucial that we finish on time. If we work day and night, we'll definitely be finished on time.
Despite the snowstorm, work continues to any extent possible. In the early hours of the evening, Chief Constructor Yoshinori calls it a day. He doesn't see any point in continuing.
My goal for today was to finish off the Belvedere, but because it was so warm, we didn't make good progress. But we'll finish it tomorrow for sure. We simply have to finish.
The team can only hope that the weather improves over the next few days. The team of the infantry unit, on the other hand, continues working, despite the snowstorm.
The sculpture is just so huge. We have to pull night shifts in order to finish on time. I'm introducing this measure now so we have a bit of a buffer at the end.
There are just over 13 days to go until the festival opens. Chief Constructor Hiroshi is worried that more unforeseen weather could cause him even more problems and wants to get ahead of the curve by working night shifts now. A wise decision, as it turns out. The next few days feature an endless cycle of repetitive work. Apply snow and sculpt. Apply more new snow and sculpt. Every detail must be perfect. After all, around 2 million visitors and hundreds of television crews from around the world are expected over the course of the 8-day festival. The teams spend over 10 hours each day cutting and sculpting the snow. Bit by bit, the details of the giant sculptures become recognizable. Each of the construction teams has just one goal: to create the most beautiful sculpture at this year's festival. Around 3 days to go until the festival opens. The first of the tourists have already arrived. Throughout the city, preparations for the mega event are in full swing, and the first of the sculptures are already finished. The signal group still has a long way to go. The lead they once had has melted away like the snow.
We got off to a great start. It was cold, and we did a fantastic job with the Belvedere, the upper viewing platform. But then last week, temperatures climbed to 4 degrees Celsius, and the sun was shining. Take the statues, for example. They were so beautiful, but now they've melted, and we have to redo their faces. Plus, the facade looks grey. That's not good. We have to revamp it. We were actually making good time, but because it's so warm, we have to redo everything. This means we have a lot more work to do than anticipated.
The artistically sculpted details melted into blobs of snow. The team hurriedly tries to repair what they can. They replace parts that have melted completely and repair that which can still be salvaged with fresh snow. But this means the workers aren't available for other tasks. And in around 53 hours' time, the palace is to be presented to their general at an internal ceremony. In the time that remains, the team still has to construct the 20-meter-wide staircase in front of the palace entrance, affix snow tiles to the side walls of the staircase, and the inscription on the frontage. Chief Constructor Yoshinori has had a construction template made specially for the stairs.
I think it'll fit. Let's shove it in. 2 people at the rear, please. Someone who can get out again later. Okay, let's slide it in. Ready? Heave. Heave. Okay, you at the back can get out. Lift up the left-hand corner a bit. Okay, push. Does it fit? Right, okay.
The template is in place. Now the actual construction work can begin. The goal, to finish the entire staircase by this evening.
Lunch break start. Lunch break start.
The soldiers don't normally have to be told twice to eat, but this time nobody reacts. They all have just one goal, one common objective: to somehow get the job finished before the festival opens.
Okay, that's enough for now. Let's take a break. Thanks, everyone. Good work.
そうだね。南いいよ。
A lunch break, finally. While the soldiers eat and regain their strength, the mood at headquarters is bleak. In around 48 hours, they have to be finished, an almost impossible undertaking. The team has over 2 weeks of grueling physical labor behind them, without a day off. Although everyone is exhausted, they give it their all once again. The second military team, the infantry unit, have their own problems because the details of their upopoi sculpture are not as delicate. It isn't quite as susceptible to the warm weather. But the positive temperatures have left their mark here too.
Because it was so warm, the snow has become soft everywhere. I was worried that something would get damaged, and it did. Now we have to redo the claw.
But aside from the damaged foot, they're back on schedule again, and the pre-arranged night shifts have paid off. The team has managed to completely make up the lost time. If nothing else goes wrong now, they'll be able to finish their sculpture on time. A big if. In contrast to the Signal Group team, although it's already early evening, they're still nowhere near achieving their goal for the day, finishing the steps. Not one of the 100 soldiers thinks about calling it a day, though. The palace must be finished. Personal and professional pride are at stake. To the beam of a spotlight, they apply the inscription to the frontage. It spells out the name of the sculpture and that of their unit.
We have to work especially carefully when applying the inscription, too. The visitors get very close at this point and can see every flaw, however small. So every single letter must be perfect.
Just over a day and a half to go. Then work on the Snow Palace must be finished. It's now well into the night, but at least the temperature has dropped to -3 degrees Celsius.
I think we need about another half hour. Then we should be finished with the stairs. We'll continue with the rest tomorrow. There's still a fair amount left to do elsewhere. But we can't do everything today.
But yet again, things take longer than expected. It's shortly before midnight before they finally achieve their goal for the day. The staircase is finished. Time for a brief rest. Work will recommence early the next morning, giving 100% once again despite the short night. For the Signal Group, things aren't looking good. Fighting against the elements, rebuilding and repairing, they still have much to do. From now on, every minute counts. While the soldiers continue working, another company concurrently dismantles the scaffolding. The picture is completely different for the second military team, the infantry. They've already completed their sculpture, a remarkable turnaround considering their initial difficulties. Chief Constructor Hiroshi Nigara performs a final inspection.
We've actually done it. We'll officially present the sculpture to the committee tomorrow, and the festival opens the day after tomorrow.
An amazing team effort. In just 15 days, with the temperature and materials working against them, 150 soldiers have transformed 5,000 tons of loose snow into this elaborate pop-up construction. The Signal Group team, however, are still far from finished. And at noon the next day, a ceremony is due to take place with high-ranking generals. To not present a finished sculpture by then would be an unimaginable humiliation for the team and their project leader, Daisuke. Around 21 hours to go.
We actually wanted to finish work at 5 today, but we'll have to keep on working. The biggest problem is the sidewall. We have to finish the tiles and the border by tomorrow. We're giving it everything we've got.
Although they've been working on the wall since the morning, they've only completed one row of tiles, and a lot of other details are unfinished too. They'll have to work late into the night yet again. The final day. The team has 5 hours left.
We absolutely must be finished by noon today. Our boss is due to arrive then, and we have to present the sculpture to him. It's a very important moment for us.
The soldiers assemble for the obligatory morning exercise for the last time. The Army is the Army, and rules are rules, no matter how tight time is. The biggest problem, despite pulling a night shift, half of the wall tiles are still missing. And the palace forecourt still needs to be made presentable too. The snow has become dirty and unsightly during the work. Everyone in the team has to dig deep to summon their last reserves of strength. 1 hour to go until the deadline. Chief Constructor Yoshinori completes his last important task.
I'm making a hole for the lucky charm. It's to protect the building and ensure safety. It will be put into this box, and our general will place it here during the ceremony.
There are few places where good luck pieces are as popular as in Japan. 10 minutes to go. The team frantically works on the final details. At least all of the tiles are now on the wall.
That's it. Everyone pack up now, please.
Time has run out, and the team has accomplished something no one considered possible just a short time ago.
We've actually pulled it off. We finished on time. The biggest obstacle was the weather and having enough snow here in the first place. When I look at the palace now, it looks perfect and is a wonderful white. I'm very satisfied.
Despite all the problems, the team has put in an impressive final effort and completed the palace on time. They present their sculpture to their general in a formal ceremony.
I am very proud of what we've achieved. The palace turned out perfectly. People will come from around the world in order to see it.
And hopefully, they'll be impressed. It's time for the team to celebrate their well-deserved achievement. The only thing standing here 4 weeks ago was scaffolding. For 10 days, the dedicated soldiers filled up 3,000 tons of snow and pressed it into shape. They have spent 2.5 weeks, over 15,000 man-hours, hard work and skill turning this enormous block of snow into a gigantic and elaborate pop-up construction, a palace made of snow and ice.